Okay, stream should be starting. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Midweek Smoke. We will be starting shortly. I am going to infiltrate one of these competitors, one of these people, and we are going to spectate some games actually. So, yeah, fingers crossed that works. For everyone watching right now, we have officially started the games. Yes, Jamie can be heard. She will be co-casting with me. Uh, Come here.
I cannot go on the screen.
Oh, she cannot go on the screen, unfortunately. So I'm going to be checking out whose match I should be looking at now. Who has started? Woof woof.
Who said woof woof?
Oh, I'm just checking who started already. Ah, Kun.
Si Snives ang nag-live.
Hmm.
Thank you, Snives. Si Snives ang nag-live sa Discord.
Okay.
Salamat po, Snives. Shout out po. Wala pala nailag. Ah, kasi
Okay.
mm, somebody needs assistance.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh.
chicken na din yung isa eh. We'll try it.
We both got burritos. And yeah, one of them is chicken.
Here, another question. Who are we spectating?
Currently, we'll be spectating Kun and Divins.
Kun? Okay. Kun and Divins.
Yep. Let's make this a good match. So, we can see here that Divins he's running a Mega Chandelure, I believe. Well, this is quite interesting. Oh, I gotta reduce my audio for a bit. Okay, so so Kun is rocking something like a Mega Charizard, I think. Okay, both players are starting, and well, let's see how this match is gonna play out. So Kun leads with Aerodactyl and Garchomp here, while Divins leads with an Espathra and a Basculegion. Now, this is actually quite an interesting lead, so I, I I'm not quite sure how they're gonna play things out, but hey, anything can happen right now. That Espathra looks quite interesting. I am not looking at the team sheets, but we know that the Basque Legion here, if it is scarfed, it will be a lot faster than anything these guys are going to. Oh, never mind. A Mega Aerodactyl will be much faster than a Basque Legion. Basque Legion will be slightly slower than a regular Aerodactyl if it is adamant, however. Espathra here trying to get that speed boost with Protect, but again, right now the Mega Aerodactyl is just going straight for the Tailwind, making sure his side of the field is much faster than Defense's. Earthquake comes out from the Garchomp, relatively safe for the Aerodactyl here, but will probably do a massive amount, or a pretty good amount onto that Basque Legion. Basque Legion saying, nah, I don't particularly care. Still gets the KO directly into the Aerodactyl with that Wave Crash. Mega Pokemon, Mega Wave Crash. Gets some recoil for its troubles, but Espathra here with a speed boost. But I don't think that will be enough, even with the single speed boost, to outspeed Kun's side of the field with that Tailwind up. The Tailwind did guarantee to go up, but At what cost? The Kun's Mega has just been lost, so that's that's pretty unfortunate. Not unfortunate enough though, Kun comes out with his own Basque Legion, and who needs a choice scarf when you've got that level of oppression right now? You've got the speed and you've got the damage, I believe. So if we were to just look at these guys, uh, going through Kun's team sheet now, that Basque Legion is one of the new adaptations that we've seen in recent tournaments. It is a focus sash Basque Legion, still with adaptability, so this Basque Legion will not be going down quite easily. On the other hand, Defense's Basque Legion is the classical choice scarf, and we know that the Espathra here is sporting a Colberberry. Again, I'm now looking at team sheets, and Kun's Garchomp just goes ahead, uses Rock Slide, takes out that Basque Legion. However, doesn't do enough towards the Espathra, but will be getting KO'd anyway by that Basque Legion. Again, Basque Legion here relying completely on the Tailwind to go first. That single turn of speed boost was just not enough. Now, we're not exactly sure what the Vince brought here in the back, but we will be seeing that it's the King Gambit. And, well, the Chandelure. Both of these Pokemon are weak to that Basque Legion. Now, King Gambit, on the other hand, in normal circumstances, can KO Basque Legion with a single Sucker Punch. But we know that Kun's Basque Legion is Focus Sash. It is going to have a hell of a problem trying to get through this. I'm not sure what Defense's strategy here was going with this Chandelure. There's so much oppression against ghost types here, and well, dark types in general. But if Mega Chandelure manages to actually survive a hit, it can hit pretty darn hard with Heat Wave or that Shadow Ball. But Heat Wave's gonna be resisted by both of the Pokemon on Kun's side of the field. And as we predicted earlier, this will be a Mega Chandelure. But it begs the question, will it even be able to do anything? So, Kun's Basque Legion does use Protect here, probably to avoid the Sucker Punch, but the Sucker Punch did not come out from that King Gambit. On the other hand, Chandelure also went for a Protect. Both Ghosts are going for Protect. And Garchomp here uses Earthquake against that lonely little King Gambit. It is not going to be able... It's not going to like that, actually. Takes about 60% for its troubles, and that is not a very happy King Gambit. But they can't really protect this time around. Well, neither the Chandelure nor the Basque Legion can protect. Garchomp guarantees itself into a Earthquake, but it can very easily just switch to Rock Slide in this regard. King Gambit here is gonna have to pick who it's gonna punch in the face with that Sucker Punch, but again, that Focus Sash is just right there. That Basque Legion's gonna be able to take that hit. Aqua Jet does come out, showing that it is not that relatively usual Choice Scarf set. And a lot of people don't know this, but Sucker Punch is on the same level of priority as Aqua Jet. Using Aqua Jet on the Basque Legion actually prevents Sucker Punch from activating properly. That can actually lead to a lot of wins for opponents who aren't very knowledgeable about it. But Kun takes game 1 here, and it is quite a convincing game 1.
Nice.
So, now we just have to wait. Both players will once again be getting ready for game 2. Hashtag unban tyrant.
What does that mean?
I wish I knew. So, we are now looking at game 2. Kun did easily take that from Devins in game 1, but will we be seeing any interesting adjustments from Devins here? That early game KO from the Basque Legion into the Aerodactyl was it looked pretty debilitating, but the Aerodactyl didn't care. It was just, yeah, Kun just said, yeah, this Aerodactyl, it's a Tailwind bot. It megas and then it just uses Tailwind, then spams Rock Slide. But we will be seeing the exact same lead from Kun. Why change what isn't broken? But yeah, we see Chandelure and Mousehold come out for defense, but we have to take note here. Both Garchomp and Aerodactyl seem to be sporting spread moves, so that follow me from the Mousehold isn't going to do too much. Now, it's an interesting choice actually. The Mousehold does not have Population Bomb, otherwise it would be KOing itself in front of that Garchomp if it ever went for the attack, but it does have Taunt. But the question is it going to be able to do anything with that Taunt if the Aerodactyl is going to be much faster? It can use Follow Me, it can use Encore, but again, this is not the best position for defense right now. That Mousehold may be at a big disadvantage, but it still does have the Focus Sash, so it might be able to do something. Something really take notice. Again, Kun's Pokemon both have spread moves. Defense will be pulling out his Chandelure, however, trying to prevent damage from an Earthquake or a Rock Slide, and Kun just goes for the Mega Evolution into that Aerodactyl. Turn 1 Mega Evolution, I mean, why wouldn't you? This isn't Terra. But will it be going for... No, it does not go for the Tailwind. Instead, it goes straight for the Rock Slide once more. So it does miss on the Basculegion, but smacks that Mousehold straight in the face. Encore, coming from the Mousehold into the Mega Aerodactyl, prevents it from using Tailwind. Earthquake does come from Garchomp, but will this be enough to take out the Mousehold? Mousehold survives with a sliver of HP. Basculegion, though, looking still pretty healthy, but big problem, is it going to be able to survive? Well, if it gets hit by the Rock Slide, it might flinch. Mousehold here really can't do too much looking at it in the long run because, well, Follow Me is not going to do anything. At the same time, do you really want to Encore Garchomp into Rock Slide? Of course it can. I mean, Earthquake rather. And Mousehold will be protecting here. Doesn't want to take any of that smoke. Aerodactyl goes for the Rock Slide. It missed Basculegion earlier, but we don't know how much it actually does. And that puts it immediately in KO range. And Basculegion unfortunately does flinch. Earthquake will most probably KO that Basculegion. Will it be surviving? No, it actually does survive with just 2 HP. Now, this has just been a slow string of bad luck, actually. But both Mousehold and Basculegion are, well, they're susceptible to Rock Slide, and just like that, Rock Slide from Mega Aerodactyl does come out. That Encore may have been the undoing. It may not have been able to use Tailwind, but, well, neither has anything else been able to be done on that Aerodactyl. Both of Kun's Pokemon, the Garchomp and the Mega Aerodactyl, are still pretty darn healthy. I don't believe any damage has been done to them other than the Encore. Now, the Chandelure and the Kingambit will come back out. Kingambit, of course, with the ever-present Sucker Punch, will be able to Sucker Punch most likely that Aerodactyl, but I mean, it is Encored into Rock Slide. But the bigger question here is, what is Mega Chandelure going to be able to do in this situation? It has Heat Wave and it has Flamethrower. Of course, it can use Shadow Ball, but it is significantly slower than both of these Pokemon, and it is weak to both rock and ground. Even with the Mega Evolution, I'm not exactly sure what the Mega Chandelure is going to be able to do. However, King Gambit went for the Protect rather than an offensive movement here, but Rock Slide coming from the Mega Aerodactyl smacks. it misses the Chandelure, but will Garchomp's Earthquake KO the Chandelure? Quite lucky, actually, just enough to avoid a KO on the Chandelure, but what's it going to be able to do? It uses Shadow Ball, but will this be enough to even KO the Garchomp? And it barely does anything. Instead, it just activates Citrus Berry from Garchomp. Yum, yum, yummy in my tummy. He eats that Citrus Berry, and he's back to being healthy. So, Aerodactyl and Garchomp here are doing the absolute best they can. Oh, that just didn't do too much, unfortunately. Encore finally ends, and, well, Tailwind comes out from the Aerodactyl. And unfortunately, a single earthquake will be enough to close out this set, with Kun taking both game 1 and game 2.
Nice. GG.
Oh, I have some issues there with the stream overlay. Unfortunate. But yeah, that was an unfortunate flinch on the on the Basque Legion there. That could have been Defense's way to turn things around. But here at Midweek Smoke, we don't just stop. We That was a very quick game 1. So let's see actually who's still playing. Yes, I will just randomly go into a match and stream it. So I see here that Wolfie ng Cebu, Vince Punay, and Woof Woof is having their first match, I believe. So
First match Manila?
I believe it is their first. They haven't reported any score yet, so this may be game 1. And oh, I guess Woof Woof is.
Woof woof.
What's up, Rod? Here we go again.
Wait, who's woof woof?
Woof Woof is Rod. What have we entered here? Rod with a KO on that. Okay. Snivs here is on the back foot, or is he? This is. What have we walked into? Ladies and gentlemen, we noticed that Snivs is on his last 2 Pokemon. Mega Gengar has been sent out, but both Palafin and Incineroar on Rod's side are right there. Basque Legion and Aegislash on Sniv's side with Rain, with 2 turns of Rain left. I'm quite interested to know there's 7 minutes left on this clock. This game 1 has been going for quite a while. Sorry, I had to attend a judge call. So, um, we see that. Did Incineroar protect there? Oh, did the Palafin protect? Well, the Palafin definitely protected. Someone has to tell me an instant replay there, but that was okay. Right, so again, last turn of Rain. Basque Legion here is, well, he's gonna have to do something. Aegislash may be enough to take down both the Gengar, the Palafin, and the Incineroar, but it's gonna take him approximately 3 turns. So this will be interesting. Snivs can take this back. Mr. Punay can still take this back. Wolfie ng Cebu. I think he is using a Focus Sash on that Basque Legion without Protect. King's Shield and Protect comes out on Sniv's side, stalling out the Rain here, avoiding any extra damage from that Palafin.
Imong midweek mo. Di na mali. Manifesting. Basta nag-reload pa dinig nila.
So the Rain has in fact stopped now, and well, Palafin with that Jet Punch may be able to KO the Basque Legion. Aegislash, on the other hand, may also be able to KO that Palafin quite easily. So, interestingly, 3 out of the 4 Pokemon here have priority, but I'm genuinely curious. Let's see. There are no attack drops. So this Incineroar has not intimidated either of these Basque Legion or the Aegislash on Sniv's side. Aqua Jet comes out from the Basque Legion, takes out the Incineroar, but the question here is that Palafin still got a punch or two, goes for the Jet Punch into the Basque Legion, fails to KO it, however. And on the other hand, Aegis Slash comes out ready to shadow sneak into that Palafin, takes the KO. Both of Sniv's Pokemon still healthy. Well, relatively healthy. That Aegis Slash is, well, I guess there we have it. Rod loses game one. Sniv's taking his revenge from the first midweek smoke. This has been an interesting match to suddenly enter. So I hope this just works out for both these trainers. Both these trainers are very competitively charged, very strong competitors. So let's see. Both trainers still kind of getting ready.
Yummy.
Oh, there are issues here. It seems that uh Sniv's Basculegion, there's an error in the team sheet. Uh Both players seem to be amicable to any changes though. So hmm. Again, both players amicable. There was an error in Sniv's team sheet. Oh, Rod says, "Don't tell anyone this is Rod." Sorry, Rod. So again, sorry, Rod. Okay. Game two of Rod versus, I mean, Woof Woof versus Snivs. Uh, Interestingly here, let me see real quick. So again, both players, we just kind of entered this game earlier, and it's gonna be quite interesting because Sniffs did take game one, but we saw in the last midweek smoke that Rod took it 2-0 against Sniffs in the grand finals. But, well, this might be the other way around. Both players are now using new teams, so who knows? Maybe this will be completely different. Fingers crossed it will be completely different. That, it'll be a game three, make it more spicy. And game two will be starting. Sniv sending out both Garchomp and Charizard as a lead. Very standard for this kind of team. Palafin and Archaludon come out on Rod side. There has been an increase in popularity for Archaludon lately. And I can't say I'm exactly thrilled about the idea because I really was one of those people who saw Archaludon lose so many things and just kind of lose everything. So it's really quite unfortunate. So I'm not exactly sure what both of these players are going to do. Okay. So again, Snivs and Rod will be fighting here. Mega Evolution coming out from the Charizard, turning straight into that Mega Charizard. Why the sun will be shining today? But that Politoed in the back might have other plans actually. So who knows? Protect from the Palafin does come out. The Palafin here protects Archelodon going straight for the damage. Smacks the Garchomp with a Steel Beam. Does massive amounts of damage, but also takes out 50% of its own HP. Garchomp eating that citrus berry, but still very much within range of another Steel Beam, should this Archaludon be able to do anything. But notice here that the Archaludon did move before the Garchomp. And unfortunately for Archaludon, it is still a Steel type, and ground beats Steel. That Earthquake just takes out the Archaludon. Unfortunately. So Gengar here comes out for Rod. I mean, woof woof. I don't know how I'm gonna hide this, Rod. uh, so, one sec. I am. There's some configurations needed with the settings. Oh, okay. I believe the sound settings were not on earlier, so I have changed that. Sound is now playing through for all the matches. Um, sorry.
But the con was still making sound.
It was copying the sound of my shoutcast, but not the sound of the game.
Yeah, because I can't listen to the sound.
Okay. Uh, oh, I look away for 1 minute, and this Garchomp is struggling. Huh. I really gotta stop looking away from these matches. Anyway, we have both Politoed and Mega Gengar on the field. Politoed comes. Rod pulls out his Politoed, sends out the Palafin. The rain has started, but well, Mega Charizard can still definitely come out, but I don't think that's what's happening here. Shadow Tag is in effect. That Charizard's gonna have to do something here because it's probably gonna get Jet Punched in the face on the next turn. And Garchomp still struggling, unfortunately. Probably disabled after a Choice Scarf choice. An interesting choice on Rod's Gengar to use not Encore, or rather to use Disable on this Garchomp, essentially neutering it. This poor little Charizard, however, gets Jet Punched in the face and just, unfortunately, just gets KO'd. Huh. Unfortunate double KO actually. The the sad little Garchomp KOs itself with struggle, and the Charizard gets jet punched for its troubles as well. Sniffs again on the back foot here, similar to when we first entered this. Okay, we're back. Gengar, the Mega Gengar uses Protect on this turn. First thing it does here is Protect. Palafin also goes for a Protect, scouting out both the Aegis Slash and the Basculegion. Now, we know from previous games that this Basculegion is not, in fact, wearing a Choice Scarf. That would belong to the Garchomp. Just let me take a quick look at these team sheets. So, yes, the Mega Gengar, well, with Gengar, right? The Palfin is wearing a Mystic Water, gets pulled out for a Politoed. The rain still going pretty strong. Aqua Jet coming from that Basculegion. Basculegion is one of those adapted meta calls with Focus Sash. Shadow Sneak and Aqua Jet come from the Basculegion and the Aegis Slash. Kind of beats the, well, this Basculegion may as well now be with a Choice Scarf. It has just been encored by that Palafin. It is now stuck into Aqua Jet. It has all that Aqua Jetting, but not any of that speed. But would it really matter? It's the same as having, well, it's practically the same as having a Choice Scarf. But I believe that the Palafin's Jet Punch will still go first if it is going to opt for that. But Palafin here in a pretty prime advantage to just take out that Aegis Slash. At the same time, Basculegion, well, stuck on Aqua Jet, both resisted by the Politoed and the Palafin. Aqua Jet, again, does paltry amount of damage, unfortunately. And here, here we see it, folks. The Perish Trap. The Perish Trap has begun. Close combat from the Aegis Slash. And Politoed lives with, well, that invisible sash. I have been seeing that left and right in Champions, so it's actually genuinely interesting. So yeah, I'm I'm actually, I don't have the words for it, flabbergasted. This happens quite often that close combat, was it a high roll, a low roll? We'll never know, but regardless, this Palafin is surviving with 1 HP. It manages to get one more turn of Protect in, and unfortunately, Basculegion will smack into that protected Politoed. Jet Punch coming from the... the Palafin just punches that, oh my god, the Aegis Slash just gets KO'd in one hit. Well, like I said earlier, the Palafin was in a prime position to just make waves here, but it didn't make waves. It made a single splash, and that single splash was enough to rust that sword. So, kind of an uphill battle, but I'm not exactly sure how Snivs can turn this around. He may have to think about game 3, but Palafin going for Protect, just spamming it out. Aqua Jet smacking straight into the Palafin, not doing anything again. The Encore has ended, but its Perish count has dropped to 1. And this may be the last turn. There isn't much this Basculegion can do. Knowing Snivs and, well, both these players, they're very keen on thinking about their next games. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they're both burning down the timer, thinking of their strategies for game 3. And there it is, the forfeit from Snivs.
Oh, that's cool. I am going to go dig that because my arm is dead. Kanara ko sa stream.
Okay. Let's see. Game 3, game 3. Now, the interesting thing here is I think both players have been playing to the best of their ability. It's just a matter of positioning for both of them. But I am interested to see if any of them will be making any further adjustments given what's already happened. Both players have chosen their Pokemon and Game 3 will commence. The Komodo Admirer Rod versus the Gamer Snivs. Snivs making the usual lead, the same lead he made last time. And I believe this is practically the same lead in different positions for Woof Woof Rod as well. So this will be quite interesting. Will there be any changes? Again, this Mega Gengar is going to prevent any switches. But what if Rod does the same thing and faints? Well, with an E, of course. Faints the actual turn and doesn't actually Mega here. Instead, switch. And, well, we did see earlier that the Garchomp getting encored into, or well, rather disabled from using Earthquake just ended up making it struggle. It became unfortunate for Sniz, but this Garchomp just wasn't doing anything. Oh, okay, yeah, we do see that the Garchomp will be pulling out, and the Aegislash takes its place. Snivs goes for a double switch on turn 1, straight with the Basculegion and his Aegislash. Both ghosts are on the field, immediately threatening the Mega Gengar if Rod chooses to Mega here. And he does. The turn 1 Mega, thankfully, it's not like what we initially thought, that the Mega happens, then the Switch. The Switch happens, then the Mega. Gengar unable to use its Shadow Tag on either of those Pokemon. Now, still unable to use Shadow Tag on any of those Pokemon. It seems like nothing of... Well, an amazing positioning move by Snivs, actually. Woof Woof here is gonna have to actually think of a quick adaptation here. He's gonna have to make an adjustment. So, while both of these Pokemon on Sniv's side are at -1, that doesn't mean they're not gonna be able to do, well, a good amount of damage. If that Politoed on Rod's side, Woof Woof's side, comes out, it is going to... Well, it's gonna cause problems. That's all I can really say. But Gengar will go for the Shadow Ball. Basculegion did not even need that Focus Sash, actually. Goes for the Liquidation on Incineroar. Takes out about, well, 60-70% HP. But Throat Chop from the Incineroar does smack the Aegislash in the face. Aegislash, the last move here, will be transitioning into its sword form. And Poltergeist hitting that Mega Gengar. Unfortunately for Rod, there will be no more Shadow Tag shenanigans. And Mega Gengar gets KO'd. That Focus Sash, interestingly, it didn't need the Focus Sash. The Basculegion did not need the Focus Sash. Palafin comes out, and, well, Palafin's about to do some very Palafin things. We did see in the last game that Palafin was able to very easily KO Aegislash at -1. But Jet Punch should still be able to do a pretty significant amount of damage. Even KO this Basculegion, especially if it's in Sword mode. Sniv's going for the Protect on his Basculegion here. And Rod, well, Woof Woof going for the Protect on his own Incineroar as well. And everyone's just using a Protect move here. King's Shield from Sniv's Aegislash comes out, making sure it's fully protected. Jet Punch goes into the Basculegion. Unfortunately, hits nothing but air. Now, again, 3 of these Pokemon have priority, but the bigger issue here is this Palafin can just pick its target and get away with it. For everyone who isn't aware, King's Shield is actually just Protect. I believe it does not protect against status moves, but it does reduce your attack if you attack into it. Basculegion swapping for Garchomp here. Garchomp taking that hit relatively well. Palafin gets hurt, but not hurt enough apparently. Aegislash, unfortunately, does get KO'd by Incineroar. That Throat Chop was just enough. The roll appears to have increased, and what we thought was about a 48-49% damage reduction was actually probably a low roll, or this could have been a high roll of damage. Throat Chop KOs the Aegislash, but Snivs will be leading here with that Garchomp and that Charizard. Charizard in a perfectly good position to just set up the sun here. Palafin be extremely neutered, or well, it'll be ineffective, not as effective rather, if it chooses to attack with a water move. Its close combat, however, will also not do as much onto that Charizard. Incineroar on Rod's side will be pulled out for the Politoed. Politoed will be bringing in the drizzle, starts to rain, but unfortunately the switch weather happens before the mega weather, so the sun will be prevailing on this turn. So there we see it, the sunlight has turned harsh. Palafin uses Protect, but this Politoed, Garchomp here goes before the Charizard. An ineffective once the Charizard is flying. Earthquake will be hitting that Politoed for a significant amount of damage. And Heat Wave comes from the Charizard. That's still resisted though, so it's not doing as much as we'd like. But, oh, the burn. Burn coming onto the Politoed, not all that helpful, but helpful nonetheless. Just putting it outside of KO range, actually, from that Garchomp's Earthquake. Interestingly here, if I were to check these sheets really quick, there is a Solar Beam on that Charizard. If that Charizard if it ever so wishes, it can go for... It can very much go for a Solar Beam onto either of these targets. While Heat Wave is its only spread move, Weather Ball will be a fire move as well. Solar Beam here will be a prime attack to use. Rod switches into Incineroar. That Solar Beam's going to be resisted. That Weather Ball will be resisted. That Heat Wave will be resisted. Garchomp uses Earthquake here. Hurts the Incineroar significantly, enough to KO it. That Palafin, well, it took enough. It took enough, to be fair. But Solar Beam will be coming from that Charizard. Unfortunately, Palafin might not be able to survive this. And yeah, it just doesn't. This lone burnt Politoed will have to fight this match, the rest of this match alone. But Rod takes one look at his Politoed and goes, yeah, nobody will take the L. And Snivs takes game 3. That was an interesting match, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, that was fantastic. Okay. So, I believe we may have a quick intermission here. We'll just close that, get ready with a new room ID. We'll double check if everyone has finished their matches. Oh, 11 out of 11 matches completed. So this means we can very much start the next round. We're a little ahead of schedule and that's good. So we will be starting the next matches. We'll be starting round 2. And we will be pairing the next round now. Okay. So let's transition this real quick. Okay. Let's select a match for the second round. Randomizing. Or selecting a random number between 1 and 11. Game 8. Oh no, we're not doing game 8. If we're not spectating Rod all over again. Game 10. So, oh no, we've already been there as well. Game 3. Table 3. Oh, Kent versus Blink. Okay, so we will be entering Snivs. No, rather Blink and Kent. Well, Kent and Dave. Don't worry, Blink. He says, "Oh no" in the match. So Kent and Blink here, both members of Blueberry. It's gonna be an interesting match. Both players are getting ready. So let's see here. Kent with a one of these new fan-dangled Archaludon Sableye sets. This has been making waves lately. And Blink here with a classic rain team with Mega Scizor. Yeah, there can't be anything else, can it? Let me double check those sheets real quick. Yeah, this Scizor is holding a Scissorite, and this Dragonite is Dragoninite. Dragonite. It's such an interesting naming scheme here. But yes, Kent and Blink will be fighting it out. And let's head on to game 1. The Incineroar Tamer and the Incineroar Admirer. I'm not sure what to make of that. But Blink will be leading with Archaludon and Pelipper. On the other hand, Kent will be leading with Archaludon and Sableye. This Sableye team has been making waves. Archaludon is on the rise. Everyone's saying he was a fraud, but I think they just haven't found the right tech for him. Archaludon is still... He still has very formidable stats. And that amazing typing. Dragon Steel is just... It can be very oppressive, so... I'm actually quite interested to see how Blink's gonna make an adjustment towards this kind of Sableye team. And yeah, of course, the Sableye on Kent's side just goes straight for the light screen, disabling lowering the damage from both Blink and Pelipper's damage here. So yeah, Archaludon Blink's Archaludon raising its stats slightly, but that is just not enough to KO. That's just not enough to KO that Sableye. Archaludon on Kent's side also going for the Electro Shot, probably straight into that Pelipper. It'll be extremely effective. No, it did not go into the Pelipper. It went into the Archaludon. So, yeah. Pelipper here does use Tailwind, speeding things up. So, on Blink's side, he's got the faster Archaludon, the faster Bird, but on Kent's side, that Sableye with that light screen just enables so many more things. It's a lot bulkier. But interestingly here, I don't think this is too negative. Both Archaludon are at +1, but Blink's Archaludon is slightly bulkier on the physical side. Sableye goes for the Protect here, preventing any damage and just still causing problems for anyone there. And yeah, again, that light screen just showing dividends. Survive a big survive there on that Archaludon. Weather Ball smacks into the Sableye, but smacks into nothing. Electro Shot coming from Kent's Archaludon. Well, what's it gonna hit? Will it be smacking the other Archaludon, Blink's Archaludon, or will it be electrifying that bird? And we see that it will be going into the Archaludon. Not very effective, but taking about 40 to 50% of its HP. Unfortunately. That was still a major amount of damage, but we did see that Blink's Archaludon is faster than Kent's Archaludon. So, yes, this is a treat for everyone who loves Archaludon, because we all thought this guy was a fraud, and turns out we just didn't know how to use him in this new format. Kent will be pulling out his Sableye here, bringing in Sinistcha to heal off a little damage from his own Archaludon, hopefully enough to survive an Aura Sphere from Blink's own Archaludon. And that, it would have survived either way apparently. But stamina goes up for Kent's Archaludon, and Weather Ball coming from the Pelipper, but will this be enough? That Weather Ball just not doing enough because of that light screen. And I'm not exactly sure, but I think Kent's Archaludon is currently at +4. This thing's just taking hits left and right. Absorbs electricity again. It is now at +3, I believe. Goes into Blink's own Archaludon. And unfortunately, that takes it. Kent's Archaludon is now, I believe, at +3 special attack. And +4, +5 defense. And light screen is up. This thing is just a monster right now. It may not have body press anymore, but to hell with body press apparently. Let's take a quick look. Take a quick peek. No, it is both at +3. Jeez, okay. So, Kent's Archaludon is just a lot tougher at this point. That light screen showing just how formidable light screen is. Sableye may not have the stats, but it definitely has the moves. Blink will be Mega Evolving his Dragonite here, getting that mystical Dratini blue instead of that god-awful Dragonite green. Kent here, not taking any chances, protects his Archaludon. The opposing Dragonite, well, Blink's Dragonite just bounces off that Archaludon, unfortunately. Sinistcha, on the other hand, Kent's Sinistcha goes straight for the Trick Room. Not only... this is quite the conundrum. But just as the Trick Room went up, Tailwind on Blink's side has expired. I'm not sure if that would make too much of a difference, but this Archaludon is... it's fast. It's very fast now. And Sinistcha, on the other hand, also very fast. Light Screen, we still have a single turn. On Blink's side, we have 2 special attackers. But I'm not quite sure if he should be worrying more about the Light Screen or the +3 on the Archaludon. Archaludon's still pretty solid. Sinistcha does protect his own teammate here by using Rage Powder. Pelipper going first, goes for a Hurricane on the Sinistcha. Just not enough. Sinistcha confused, but I don't think... oh well. Archaludon going straight for the Draco Meteor on Dragonite. Not even with that multi-scale boost was it going to be able to do anything. So, yeah, that was a KO at +3. There was much that could be done there. The rain stopped, but this Archaludon's still there. Yep, the light screen has worn off, however, on Kent's side. Blink on the back foot has to send out his last Pokemon. And it is a Basculegion. Unfortunately, there is no more rain to abuse. This Archaludon again is at +3. Trick Room is also up, so Basculegion here, it's most likely going to be faster than everything that's already here. It is a Focus Sash Basculegion, however, but we'll see, you know. Anything can happen. Machugacha comes out from the Sinistcha, taking a huge chunk of damage on the Basculegion and a substantial amount on the Pelipper. But the real question is, who is this Archaludon going to attack? Hurricane, without the rain, just doesn't do anything. An unfortunate miss on the Archaludon here from the Pelipper. But Electro Shot comes up. It is now a 2-turn move, but what the hell? It doesn't really matter all that much. Maybe. Last Respects comes out. And unfortunately, that Hurricane may have cost the game. That Hurricane was very much needed on Blink's side. Trick Room is still up. The Basculegion just not able to do as much damage because of that Archaludon being at +3. Now I believe it is at +4. Basculegion trying to buy time here out of that Trick Room. Uses Protect. Sinistra confused. Still manages to pull off a single Matcha Gotcha. It'll be hitting this Pelipper, but yeah, it still does a pretty good amount of damage. Sinistra heals off completely all of its damage from the Pelipper earlier. Pelipper munching on the Citrus Berry. And finally, it manages to hit that Hurricane just enough to take out Archaludon. Finally, this raid boss has been defeated, but there's still 3 more Pokemon on Kent's side of the field. This may be a bit of an issue. Sableye taking the place of Archaludon. Now, Sableye, yeah, it may not have the strongest damage, it may not have the best moves, but it has the right moves with the right ability. It's gonna be able to pull up as much support as it can, and this Sinistra may just be able to take the game, considering the Hurricane earlier just kind of bounced off of it, so to speak. Blink will be protecting his Pelipper, trying to avoid another Matcha Gotcha. He's also going for a double protect on that Basculegion, but it unfortunately fails. Sableye will be using Reflect here to prevent that Basculegion from doing more damage than it possibly could with its last respects. Sinistra, not falling for any of those confusion tricks, will be able to use Matcha Gotcha, and I believe this will be able to KO the Basculegion, and it really does. Unfortunately for Blink here, all he has left is that Pelipper. The dimensions have returned to normal, but it's just a single little Pelipper. We still don't know what the last Pokemon on Kent's side is. Blink may have to think about his game plan for the next game here, but that's... anything can happen. This is VGC. Maybe a freak accident. Oh, well, Sableye will be using Light Screen. I still would want to see how much this Pelipper would do with Hurricane into that Sinistra, but Sinistra just looking at that Tornado and going, yeah, nope. No point of having the confusion there. Unfortunately for this Pelipper, there's not much else it can do. So again, Blink's gonna have to think of his next game plan here. As much as I think he may have to call it quits. Unfortunately, that Hurricane is only 70% accurate. Without the rain, that... oh, okay. That was... and it just misses each time. There's just... it's so unfortunate. Single target Matcha Gotcha seals the game for Kent. Game 1 will be going to Kent. Blink will be thinking about his game plan for the next game, but hopefully we'll be seeing something more interesting here. But it was interesting from the get-go. Both Archaludons just kind of went at it. Kent the Bompides and Dave Yee the Blink. Both players again ready. Okay, so again, oh, both players. Oh, wow. New leads from both players. Adjustments from both players, actually. Blink, instead of leading with Pelipper, has led Sneasler and Archaludon. Then we have Kent here leading instead of the Archaludon as well, leading with the... they're both named Jobu. Jobu the Gengar and Jobu the Incineroar. Interesting. So an Incineroar and a Gengar has come out on Kent's side of the field. However, on Blink's side of the field, there's immediate offense here with Archaludon and Sneasler. However, Blink sees both of these and goes, yeah, nope, I'm not going to fight that Gengar with my Archaludon. Pulls out Archaludon for his own Basculegion. Kent, on the other hand, Mega Evolves the Gengar, enabling Shadow Tag to start, you know. Chopo Berry gets eaten by that Incineroar, anticipating a close combat from any Sneasler, and just Incineroar showing why it's probably the best. There we go. Jobu the Gengar has used Substitute. This may be a setup for what everyone knows and loves, the Perish Trap. We are getting chats from or messages from the chat here to stream Tyrant next, and granted, I will stream Tyrant in the next match. Or rather, in the next round. Again, Parting Shot, however, went into that Sneasler in the previous round. Going back to the game. Kent's Incineroar Parting Shots into the Basculegion, rather. And in its place comes in Sinistra. All Pokemon still relatively healthy here, but Mega Gengar with that Shadow Tag, well, it's gonna be able to use whatever it wants, but being the ghost type that it is, Blink pulls out his Basculegion, sends out the Dragonite. Unfortunately, very, very unfortunately, both of these Pokemon, both the Dragonite and the Sneasler, are going to be trapped by that Gengar's Shadow Tag ability. Sneasler barely survives the Shadow Ball from Gengar with a special defense drop. That Sinistra is able to just KO Sneasler, unfortunately. And, well, yeah, again, unfortunate for Sneasler, considered one of the best Pokemon in this format. And to make matters worse, Blink's Dragonite has been burnt. And in its place, in the place of that Sneasler, the Basculegion returns. Fresh with 0 attack drops. But again, we have to think about this strategically. That Gengar is behind a substitute. It is healthy. Dragonite, on the other hand, it's burnt. And, well, it's not like it'll matter way too much, considering that Dragonite is a special attacker in this case. It does not have any physical moves. However, that burn puts it on a timer. Everything on Kent's team seems to be putting Blink on a timer. Dragonite here does Mega Evolve into Mega Dragonite. But what's it going to do here? That Gengar is still, in fact, behind a substitute. To make matters worse, not only is it behind a substitute, but it has chosen to protect this turn. Basculegion, on the other hand, also choosing very much to protect itself this turn. It seems like everyone's trying to protect themselves this turn, except for a very sleek Cup of Matcha. Sinistra here goes straight for the Matcha Gotcha, doesn't do anything to the Basculegion just protecting, and that is a double resist from the Dragonite, but the Dragonite's already been burnt anyway, so that's a little extra chip damage for the Dragonite. Blink's gonna have to think of a move here to really get through this, because oh, there we go. Jobu the Gengar has chosen to Shadow Ball into Basculegion. Basculegion surviving just barely because of that Focus Sash. But the question is, what's this Basculegion gonna do? Dragonite will be going for the Dragon Pulse into that Gengar. Will this Basculegion be attacking this Gengar though, and will it be able to KO? At 100 base power, it chooses to KO the Sinistra though. Gengar, on the other hand, well, It may not have its substitute anymore, but again, it's still the fastest Pokemon on the field. Incineroar comes back out for Kent. And, well, this Basculegion is now at -1 once more. Whether the last respects will be able to KO the Gengar here remains to be seen at -1. However, provided that the Gengar here uses substitute, but Blink's not gonna have any of that. He pulls out Basculegion, sends Archaludon back out, chooses to protect his Dragonite, trying to prevent any more damage coming in. Possibly Fake Out coming from the Incineroar, predicted perfectly by Blink. And the Gengar also going for the Shadow Ball into that Dragonite. Relatively safe switch by Blink. Probably a game-changing switch should this manage to do more damage than it should. Dragonite, not the most common Mega of all Pokemon, but Blink is making it work. I'm still a little... It's interesting that Jobu and Jobu are on the field. I just find it quite funny that the Incineroar and the Gengar have an interesting... I don't believe that's perfectly... I don't think that's legal in official tournaments, but anyway, Jobu the Incineroar has chosen to protect, while Jobu the Gengar has once again done the same thing it did on turn 1, which is to put up a substitute. Dragonite here, calling out the substitute, smacks it straight in the face with a Dragon Pulse, destroying that substitute. Aura Sphere from the Archaludon will be bouncing off of that Incineroar's Protect. However, this Dragonite again will be able to do something. This Gengar, well, it may not be able to do too much damage, but it might be enough damage. Dragonite is relatively unhealthy, and Shadow Ball still does a significant amount of damage. The question is, will this Dragonite's bulk be able to save it from a Shadow Ball? Instead, Mega Gengar here chooses not to Shadow Ball into the Dragonite. Instead, attacks the Archaludon. Dragon Pulse comes out from the Dragonite into the Mega Gengar. Both dragons on Blink's side going for the Dragon Pulse on this Mega Gengar, KOing it. But the real question is, what is this Incineroar gonna do? And it goes straight for the parting shot. It is lowering that damage on the Mega Dragonite on Blink's side. And guess what? Now you see him, now you don't. But we will not be seeing what that Incineroar will be switching into, because Blink will be winning game 2. We have a game 3 situation here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's interesting. I kind of love it. They're both Jobu. They are very much Daijobu, but after that turn, I don't think either of them were quite Daijobu. Okay, so we will be seeing a game 3 from Kent and Blink. That was a fantastic adjustment by Blink on game 2 there, but we'll have to actually see if he can maintain this momentum. Kent, on the other hand, had a fantastic lead with game 1, but he changed it up in game 2. Will he be returning to both Archaludon and Sableye for game 3? That essentially won him the game, but the real question here is, will Blink be anticipating that? So yeah, it's all a matter of what kind of adjustments are both of these players going to go for, and I'm genuinely curious how they're gonna adapt it. Blink will be leading the same way he did in Game 2 with Archaludon and Sneasler. Kent, on the other hand, switching up his leads again. This time, Sableye and one of the Jobus, Incineroar. Now, that Intimidate did go into the Sneasler. Incineroar did intimidate the Sneasler, however, White Herb saves it, so we do also know that this Incineroar is carrying a Chople Berry. It can munch on that Chople Berry real quick to resist that close combat. However, so Sableye will be using Reflect here to reduce that damage even further, but we have to remember that the Archaludon also has Aura Sphere. Will both of these Pokemon be going straight into the Incineroar? Chople Berry did reduce the damage, that Reflect also reduced it significantly, but again, like I said, Aura Sphere going into the Incineroar, this Incineroar just taking hits left and right, but goes to show just how bulky Incineroar naturally is. Takes 2 of those hits from 2 of the strongest Pokemon in the tier and decides, yeah, this is exactly why people use me. Goes for a parting shot into that Archaludon, reduces its attack and special attack even further, and then Kent comes out with his own Archaludon. He's delayed his initial Game 1 lead by 1 turn, and it has paid dividends. He has Reflect up. This Archaludon is now at -1 special attack, -2 attack, and this Sneasler is at -1 for both defenses. But Kent's not having it. He pulls Incineroar right back out. Jobu the Incineroar comes out from the Archaludon, finally intimidating that Sneasler properly. Sableye uses Light Screen, reducing the damage even from the Aura Sphere, but yeah, Blink wasn't having any of it. He just commands his Sneasler. You see that bridge? Punch it in the face. And as soon as the bridge switched, yeah, the cat went down as well. Unfortunately, that Aura Sphere will be hitting a ghost, punching literally air at this point. Vapors in the air. Now, Kent will have to make a quick adjustment here. Will he be sending out his final Pokemon, or will he be sending out Archaludon? And yep, we'll be seeing the Alpha here. Gengar the Alpha. Jobu the Alpha. There's no way he wasn't bringing that Gengar to this match. He has both Reflect and Light Screen up. These Pokemon are gonna be, well, for all intents and purposes, they're gonna be considered bulky, but it'll be quite interesting to see which adjustments are gonna be made. Because again, we do know that this Gengar has a tendency to play a little more defensively, but Sableye is here to enable those defenses anyway. Now, with the lineup, we know that the Sinistra is not in this match, so that Gengar will have no way to heal itself. Blink, again, not having it, pulls out his Sneasler and sends out Dragonite. Kent's Gengar here reacting to that ring, Mega Evolved, but will it be going for a Shadow Ball? Will it be going for a Substitute? It could even go for a Protect. Who knows? And, uh-oh. Quite the tech here. Sableye has swapped abilities with that Gengar. This Gengar has Prankster. Dragon Pulse into that Gengar from the Archaludon, breaks the sub. Oh no, unfortunately it does not break the sub. The Light Screen has saved it from breaking that sub. And we know for a fact that this Gengar, well, it's very offensively oriented. Checking the moves now, it has Shadow Ball and it has Perish Song. So Kent might be going for a Perish Song here. Sableye going for Protect real quick. And yes, as I just mentioned, he may have been going for the Perish Song, and he definitely does. Everything on Blink's side, this Dragonite and this Archaludon are now on a major timer. Unfortunately, this Sableye is the one with the Shadow Tag right now. Attacking this Gengar might be less helpful than we'd anticipated. And we know that the Dragon Pulse just doesn't do as much damage. But yeah, everything's just falling down to Perish in about 3 more turns. So, Blink actually not he's not unfamiliar with this kind of team. If I recall, he practiced with his team several times. Both of them, both Kent and Blink, have practiced with this kind of team specifically. But there are still 2 turns of light screen. That is an uphill battle. 2 turns too long. Both Archaludon and Dragonite are gonna have to find a way to take out either Sableye or the Gengar. But remember that the Sableye is currently the one with Shadow Tag. And unfortunately, both of these special attackers, they're gonna have to wait out the last 2 turns of Trick Room. Blink has no choice here but to go on the offensive. On the other hand, Kent can kind of sit back for a while. He pulls out the Gengar because that's not the problem here. The problem here is currently the Sableye. Sableye goes for a double protect, fails. And Dragon Pulse goes into the Sableye, takes out half of that HP. However, we know that the Dragon Pulse from Archaludon just doesn't do as much. Perish count falls to 2, but this Archaludon on the other hand is just, it is extremely threatening towards everything on Blink's side of the field. This Sableye is gonna have to think of a way to switch out or switch in a little later on. It is the one with Shadow Tag here. Now, interestingly, it can also Shadow Tag into the Archaludon. Rather, it can skill swap into the Archaludon, making Archaludon the new problem. But it no longer has Prankster. It's going to move a lot slower. It can't just use skill swap willy-nilly. It's gonna get KO'd one way or another, even with the Light Scream up. On the other hand, this Archaludon is just free. Well, Kent's Archaludon is just free to do whatever it wants. Sableye going for the Protect here, making sure that a final turn of Trick Room just doesn't go up. And yeah, unfortunately, Dragon Pulse just bounces off of it. Blink's Archaludon goes for an Aura Sphere on Kent's Archaludon, just raising his defenses with that stamina. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just not doing as much as we'd hope. Electroshot being charged on a 2-turn charge without rain here, but I don't think that matters too much. Let it charge. That +1 is gonna matter a lot more a little later. This will in fact be the last turn of Perish. All these Pokemon are gonna have to switch out. In fact, all Kent really has to do is switch out his Sableye, and both Archaludon and Dragonite on Blink's side are going to get KO'd. However, right before they get KO'd, they are able to do a significant amount of damage towards anything that moves. Okay, so the Sableye does go down here, no longer able to do any of those shenanigans, and Dragon Pulse smacks into Kent's Archaludon. It finally uses Electroshock here, but who was it targeting in the first place? Targets into the Dragonite. However, Multiscale working wonders, prevents it from taking any more damage than it actually needed. And unfortunately, both Dragonite and Archaludon here will have their Perish counts dropped to 0. An unfortunate outcome, but down and out, not really. Both players down to their last 2 Pokemon. So we will be seeing Blink pull out his Sneasler again, and we will be seeing Jobu the Gengar. So Sneasler on Blink's side, and we'll be seeing his last Pokemon, Basculegion. Again, this Basculegion has a Focus Sash. Interestingly enough, this may put it in a good position to actually do something here, but I don't think Blink can just easily fake out into that Archaludon, considering that stamina boost is just going to keep going up. Right now, if we double check, this Archaludon is currently at +2. He's going to have to hit it as hard as he possibly can, giving this Gengar just the prime opportunity to do whatever it wants right now. Again, Basculegion here can KO the Gengar. Sneasler can go for the fake out on the Archaludon, and like I said, this is just going to boost its stamina. Sadly, Shadow Ball from the Gengar, will this KO? It does not. It barely takes all that damage, but then yeah, last respects from the Archaludon, from the Basculegion, goes into the Mega Gengar, KOing it. But what is this Archaludon gonna do? Nothing, because it got flinched earlier. So it does heal a little bit, and both Basculegion and Sneasler, physical attackers, are gonna have to think of a way to take out this Basculegion in about 2 or 3 turns. This Archaludon. So Kent's Archaludon currently, I believe, plus 3? Plus 3. So Sneasler and Basculegion are gonna have to do something. They're gonna have to think of something real quick. Archaludon protecting, just taking a few chips of leftovers heal. Both Last Respects and Close Combat are gonna have to do a major amount of damage here. But Archaludon is just healing so much, and each time it gets hit, it's just gonna take less damage the next turn. So this is gonna have to be some strategic gameplay from both Blink and Kent. Both players are able to play this out perfectly. This game can in fact go either way. Close Combat from the Sneasler goes for the Archaludon, takes off about 60 HP, leaves it with 90, but oh well. This speed, this defense boost, and the Last Respects. But at plus 5, this Archaludon may be able to just KO. Unfortunately, Archaludon Kent has chosen to attack the Basculegion, which has a Focus Sash on. This Sneasler is free to once again just punish with another Close Combat. Blink may have his way out here, but again, plus 5. We're not exactly sure, but both players will have to go on the offensive here. This Archaludon maybe not the offensive, maybe more defensive, just to take as much leftovers heals as it can. Blink has no more choice here. He must continuously attack. Last Respects and Close Combat are the last hopes he have. So we don't know if Sneasler is going to be able to KO with one hit using Close Combat, but perhaps even at plus 6, Basculegion can take it out with Last Respects. Adaptability boosted Last Respects is still an incredible amount of damage. I believe with 2 Pokemon KO'd, it is currently at 150 base power. It is very powerful. We do see Sneasler going for Close Combat, and it was enough. Was that a critical hit? Yes, it was. This Blink Sneasler just going, I don't care how many defense boosts you have. I'm taking this game. And just like that, Blink takes game 3. Fantastic game from both players, actually.
Very nice.
Very nice. So congratulations both. That was a fantastic game to watch. Okay, so alright, so let's go back to the chat screen. Hello all. Let's see. Yeah, I believe we should be streaming Tyrant next. Tyrant loves being streamed in his matches, so I'd love to see what he's doing, you know? Okay, so that was quite a long game, but fun game nonetheless. So let's give it some time. Oh, how is everybody? I actually haven't had dinner. I'm eating in between matches. So far, no issues. 10 out of 11 matches complete. We are waiting on one last match. If you can hear Jamie right now, she's on the other side of the stream. Yeah, I think this is fun.
It's fun.
Yeah. I'll be eating in a bit, but yeah. For the next game, we'll be streaming Francis Tai Tyrant VGC. I'm excited to see how that's gonna go, but we still have one last match remaining. I am so tempted to go into this match But
You should eat.
yeah, I should probably eat. I might put this in a quick intermission for a minute, but I gotta create the graphic for that real quick.
Last minute graphic.
Last minute graphics. Didn't think of making one of those.
Dial already. Sige.
What's Dial saying?
Hi, Dial. Shout out.
Shoutouts to Dial. What's up, Dial? Okay, let's transition this to the center. Okay, I'll be transitioning real quick into a quick intermission. Well, a quick break. Okay.
Cue
We'll,
the music.
we'll be back right after the final match has returned or has finished. Let's just watch the last game. I'm genuinely curious how this is gonna play out. I don't know what's taking these two so long, but I hope it's not too bad that I just jumped in. Oh wow! That's what we're jumping into, huh? Love to know how it got to that point, but we came in a little late. Apparently game audio is too strong, reducing that right now. I hope that's a lot better. The new match pairings have gone up, and just like the chat said, we will be we're gonna find Tyrant's game. Let's see, Francis Ty. We will be spectating Kent once more, and he will be fighting Francis the Tyrant Ty. Okay. Huh. I get in. Tyrant's just already there. Alright, so we are just waiting for Kent to be ready for this battle here. Yeah, he's on stream twice now. This is gonna be a lot of fun. So, let's see here. So we know that Kent is bringing that Perish trap with that very interesting Sableye set. Tyrant, on the other hand, is Espathra with Mega Floette, I believe. A Mega Floette set with Espathra. This may be... Let me double check the sheets here real quick. I am actually quite curious. Oh, of course, it is a baton pass calm mindset on that Espathra, probably ready to just baton pass into that Eternal Flower Floette when given the chance. A hell of a risk there, but yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one if this gets pulled off. Quite, I can see this just snowballing. So Okay, sure. Okay, okay. I got a notification from OBS. There was a error, but it's back. The stream is back. So, Kent here with that Gengar and the Politoed here setting out the rain. What's up, Enzo? I see you. I see you there in the chat. But yeah, Espathra and Incineroar from Tyrant's side of the field. This Espathra is probably gonna protect on turn 1, but huh? Hello? Okay, are we back? Hello, hello? Are we back? Hello? Okay, so we did see that Protect come out on the Espathra on turn 1. Oh, okay. So, yeah, the Espathra just protected here, setting up that that speed boost. There's a good shot it's gonna go for a Calm Mind. Yeah, there it is. Terran's going for the Calm Mind into the Espathra. It's gonna have to take 2 hits, but yeah. I believe that Perish Song may be carried by the Baton Pass. I'm not quite sure how it works, but oh. Okay, Parting Shot into the Espathra, reducing that special attack, but that special defense still up. But again, I'm not quite sure how the interaction goes here. I believe Baton Pass will also be carrying that. Well, I believe it carries a lot of the stuff that you've already set up. So Perish will probably carry over. I'm not sure how Tyrant's gonna. He could still actually, but again, yeah, not sure how the interactions go here. Gengar does come out after the Parting Shot, but this is also a pretty good chance for the Gengar to Mega Evolve here. Interestingly, this Incineroar, Tyrant's Incineroar, also in a pretty good position to just throat chop this Gengar quite easily. Instead, Kent pulls out the Politoed and just brings Incineroar back in. Jobu and Jobu are once again on the field. Mega Jobu and regular Jobu right there. The big question is, what does this Espathra gonna do? Yeah, Baton Pass. And here we are actually gonna see whether the effects of Perish will carry over with the Baton Pass. Again, I'm not sure how that interaction goes. It's really interesting because this isn't a very common thing we see in modern VGC, wherein the Baton Pass actually plays out, but Espathra is incredible at what it does. And yeah, rather than into the Floette, Francis pulls out the Sinistra instead. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification, Enzo. But yeah, it does carry over. Baton Pass carries over all possible statuses there. And Francis very intelligently pulls out his Incineroar with Parting Shot after Kent has used Perish Song once more. But who's he pulling in? And yeah, it is the Espathra. It comes in here and gets a free speed boost. The Perish counters are just all over the place now. But yeah, Sinistra is a ghost. Sinistra is going to be very easily able to switch out. And, well, get rid of that Perish. Francis is very successfully and intelligently managed the move here to just get out of that Perish trap. But no damage has been done. Rain, there's only 2 turns of Rain left, not that it matters too much. This Gengar is once again able to use Perish Song though. Sinistra going for a Machigacha, however, one of the Jobu seem to have dodged it. It is the Gengar. Not that it matters too much, both of these Pokemon resist that Machigacha anyway. And we did see this in the previous match. That Gengar loves to put in that substitute. Kent does attempt to parting shot into the Espathra here to lower its defense, its offenses rather. But yeah, Protect comes up and it just gets even more speed actually. Again, this Gengar is a bit of a problem still, considering it still has Shadow Tag and it still has the ability to use Perish Song on this turn. And after seeing the sheets, Espathra here only has Dazzling Gleam, while Matcha Gotcha from Sinistra is resisted. Both Dazzling Gleam and Matcha Gotcha are they're very strongly resisted by that Gengar. Instead, the Cup of Matcha switches out and Francis sends his Incineroar back in. Just very intelligently managing this Trick Room. Shadow Ball comes out from the Mega Gengar into the Espathra. However, all those defense boosts, special defense boosts, have that single special defense boost, however, has done wonders. Unfortunately, Kent sees the opportunity and chops that Espathra's neck right there. And what a long neck it has. That is a big target. The rain has stopped and the Jobu's perish counts have dropped to 1. At this point, both of the Jobus may have to switch, which gives Francis a very free turn here. Francis can probably just parting shot into one of these. There's no need for this Incineroar to fake out anything. It doesn't have to do anything this turn. I believe Kent has no choice but to swap out both his Pokemon, otherwise they will fall to Perish Song. On the other hand, Francis just can very easily attack. Now this is Floette, however, as I see the sheets right now, it does not have Calm Mind. It is not a Calm Mind variant. And yeah, like I said earlier, both Pokemon will be switched out in order to avoid the KO. But, well, Eternal Flower Floette here, Mega Evolving into Mega Floette. But will it be using Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam? I doubt it has any need to protect. Fairy Aura comes out and just uses that Moonblast, so oppressive, into the Archaludon slot and just KOs it in one go. A critical hit. I think that crit may have been needed there. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that crit was necessary and an unfortunate crit for Kent. And yeah, the throat chop coming from the Incineroar into that Politoed. That Politoed is no longer able to Perish Song on this following turn. However, this forces the Gengar to not substitute. However, if it does, it's pretty alright, but its substitute is just gonna break. Francis with his Incineroar and his Floette are in a prime position to just bulldoze right now. That Politoed no longer able to Perish Song means this Gengar is the only thing that's able to Perish Song. But even if it doesn't rather, it uses Shadow Ball. It's gonna be resisted by the Incineroar and it's just gonna bounce off of that Floette. However, avoiding any extra attacks here, Kent pulls out the Politoed and brings in the Incineroar. Francis does target into the Gengar, both Throat Chop and Moonblast, and Intelligent Protect by Kent. However, we still have to acknowledge that this Gengar still has yet to Perish Trap, and its Shadow Ball is not gonna do very much to either the Floette or the Incineroar. Yes, it may be faster, but then what? Even if it were to use Perish Trap or Perish Song this turn, it goes down, and then there's not much else that can be done. Well, Fake Out Pressure from Jobu, the Incineroar, allows Jobu, the Gengar, to actually get the Perish Trap out. Floette flinches, but will Throat Chop be enough? This Gengar is bulky. An intelligent play by Kent here. Both players putting me at the edge of my seat, actually. So, again, this this Gengar is now technically free to either protect or to substitute. And this Incineroar on Kent's side, it may be able to do some damage, but both of the Pokemon on Tyrant's side are going to be able to protect against whatever Kent's Incineroar is going to do. The Rain is up there, so any attempts to use fire moves are out of the question. Dark moves are going to be resisted by both of them as well. This Floette, again, the Gengar is going to have to stall this out completely. Just because that Floette's going to be able to resist practically anything that comes in. But yeah, Kent's not having it. He pulls out the Mega Gengar and just, yeah, I don't think you're going to attack the Gengar. And it turns out, unfortunately, Throat Chop once again goes into the Politoed. This allows for Tyrant to switch. No, I spoke too soon. Parting Shot does come out of that Incineroar, Kent's Incineroar, and allows this Gengar to come back in unscathed. Perish counts are dropping down low to their 2s. Both of these Pokemon can stall out the final room Perish Song. Well, they can both protect here, or they can sub. Doesn't really matter all that much. The Gengar may be able to sub and then just protect, or it may protect then sub. But the fact of the matter is, Kent may be able to stall this out. And it'll be a... Oh. Answering the chat, Gengar has no poison moves on it. It only has Shadow Ball. Looking at the team sheet, it has... This Gengar has Shadow Ball, Substitute, Perish Song, and Protect. It is completely relying on its ability to just use Perish Song. And yeah, like I said, they are attempting to just stall it out completely. Now Encore comes from the Politoed into that Floette. Not sure exactly why that's especially useful. But side Parting Shot there. Interestingly, fantastic play actually. Making sure that it guarantees the switch. Fantastic play by Tyrant. Just in case both of these Pokemon were to... In case both of... Let me just go over it real quick. The reason Tyrant side Parting Shot into his own partner was to escape the Perish Song. And we weren't sure if the Politoed and the Mega Gengar were going to both protect. So in order to maximize the ability to protect, Tyrant targeted his own ally in order to successfully pull out the Incineroar to bring it back a little later on. Yes, we may be losing the Floette on this turn, but it allows Tyrant to have a 2v3 rather than a 1v3. That may be all the difference he needs. And yeah, since this is the last turn of Trick Room, we may be seeing a double switch. Unfortunately, there's only one switch that can be done. Yeah, so... yeah, the Incineroar comes back out. Intimidate happens. Protect comes out from the Politoed. And a weakened Floette uses Moonblast on the Incineroar. Unfortunately, it is just not enough. And the Perish count falls to 0. No poison moves, no problem apparently. Still a KO. KO's a KO. Now Tyrant's gonna have no choice but to pull out his Sinistra here. Again, this is now a 2v3, but both these Incineroar have Fake Out pressure. But if this Sinistra manages to Matcha Gotcha its way out, it may just be able to KO everything here. We're not sure if Incineroar the Politoed is going to be able to survive a single Matcha Gotcha, but we're also not sure if Jobu the Incineroar is going to be able to survive a Matcha Gotcha regardless. But Fake Out comes from the... Okay, Francis probably invested a little more into his Incineroar. Faked out the Politoed and reverses the turn order with Trick Room. Rather than go straight for an attack, he goes straight for the speed control. This is gonna pay dividends in the long run. So now we know that Sinistcha is the slowest Pokemon in the field, I believe. So it's most likely going to just go for a Matcha Gotcha here, taking out both Jobu the Incineroar and Incineroar the Politoed. And, well, the Incineroar, Francis's Incineroar here is free to just attack either one of these. So, we do see Politoed here go for a Protect, but, yeah, Parting Shot, I guess, I suppose that would be a... That's interesting, because in the Trick Room, we would anticipate that the Matcha Gotcha, the Sinistcha rather, would be a lot slower, but it turns out there is no speed investment in Kent's Incineroar. A little oversight there, but Matcha Gotcha comes out, fails to KO the Politoed because it protected, but it will be doing some damage to this Gengar. However, with Trick Room up, Incineroar is going to be able to KO this Gengar if it really wanted to. Unfortunately for the Gengar, it is now also on a timer. It is not the only one putting timers up on everyone. And at 167 HP, it will be taking about 10 points of damage for 3 turns. Coincidentally, there are 3 turns of Trick Room left. It has no choice but to attack. If it were to actually use Perish Song, yes, it can probably finish the game, but in the same vein, Francis can finish the game in less than 3 turns if he truly chooses to. But both players here are running out of time, actually. This game has been going for quite a while. Both players are playing out of their minds. It's only game 1. This is going to be an incredible set, ladies and gentlemen. So, Kent here pulling out the Politoed and sends out his own Incineroar. Again, Protect here coming from Jobu, the Mega Gengar, but like I said, will this Incineroar be able to survive a single Matcha Gotcha from this Sinistcha? And the answer is yes! It actually does! But unfortunately, it still gets KO'd by that Throat Chop. And there was an anticipation of a burn there, and yeah, there was nothing to do. So this Mega Gengar now has less than 3 turns to live. It only has this turn and the next. Yeah, it's never over unless it's over. This is an incredible game, actually. The rain will come back up with that Politoed coming back in. It's still relatively healthy, but it is staring down a grass type on the opposite side of the field. This Mega Gengar may be able to KO that Sinistcha with Shadow Ball, but both of these Pokemon are quite bulky, and Trick Room is still up. That Sinistcha will be moving before that Gengar. This Gengar, once the fastest thing ever, is now relatively slow in this side of the field. Never over until it's over. Now Kent was on the back foot just a few turns ago. He was in control, but Tyrant showing exactly why he's one of the best players in the Philippines. So, we have both players still playing out of their minds. Incredible set, honestly. Had to take a sip of water there. But yeah, we do see that Sinistcha goes straight to the Matcha Gotcha. Fails to KO Jobu the Mega Gengar, but this burn is probably just gonna take it out anyway. Just to ensure the KO, Throat Chop goes into that Mega Gengar, KOing it. This Politoed, however, Weather Ball, yes, but it fails to KO the Incineroar, actually, even in the rain. It really goes to show how bulky Incineroar truly is. This is also the last turn of Trick Room. Of course, Kent can stall out the Trick Room with a single Protect, but then that may just be delaying the inevitable. At 36 HP and a Dream, there may be nothing this Politoed will be able to do. Kent may have to think of the next game. I mean, Perish Song will take too long. If it uses Encore, it doesn't really have anything. It can go for Weather Ball, but even then, when it uses Weather Ball, there's nothing it can do against this Sinistcha. That Weather Ball is going to be completely resisted. And he can't wait out 4 more turns just to get rid of it. Well, he will stall out the Trick Room here with Protect, but the Sinistcha going for the Matcha Gotcha, again, bounces off the Protect, and Throat Chop from the Incineroar still bounces off the Protect, and Trick Room will be gone this turn. The dimensions have been twisted back. And unfortunately, something we did not anticipate was the timer. That timer has unfortunately. Wow, that was. Huh. Huh.
Oh,
I'm.
the time.
I'm a. Hmm. I'm at a loss for words. I'm. Huh. I'm sorry. It's just. Ooh, wow. I'm a little speechless here. that was that was a hell of a game. That was a hell of a game. Okay, let's just take it to game 2. I'm not sure what else I can say about that. That was absolutely crazy. That was wild. That was, man. I'm not even sure what to say about that, but that timer stalling was absolutely genius by by Kent. He probably noticed the time before any of us. That was crazy. Alright, so we'll be transitioning into game 2. Can you believe it is only game 2? Okay, so I don't quite remember the leads from last game, but I think yes, Tyrant did lead Espathra and Incineroar last time. And he has chosen to lead the same way. Of course, he can easily very much protect and then just Calm Mind Baton Pass out here. Kent, on the other hand, with that Sableye and the Archaludon, Sableye is probably going to go for a Reflect or a Light Screen here, but instead he goes for a Skill Swap! That is incredible! That is genius, actually! Or is it? With Prankster, yes, Espathra may now be unable to get the speed boost up, but he can definitely Calm Mind faster and Baton Pass faster. This may be both an advantage and a disadvantage, but probably more of a disadvantage because that speed boost is very much important. And Sableye may no longer need the Prankster here. if it's faster than everything else, it probably doesn't matter too much. But Sableye is incredibly slow, however. It'll take a few turns before it starts setting things up first for everything. Espathra doesn't actually care here, just keeps going for the Calm Mind. Archaludon will not be able to do anything to this Espathra if its special defense just keeps going up. Light Screen will be coming up on Kent's side of the field, courtesy of that Sableye. A little slower, but it's still pretty fast. Flash Cannon doing a paltry amount of damage on the Espathra. And Archaludon getting hurled insults at by Tyrant's Incineroar. Parting Shot goes into it, and in its place, Tyrant is going to send out his Sinistcha. So this is going to instantly heal that Espathra back to full, and it is currently, I believe, at +2 on both sides of special attack and special defense. This Archaludon can probably keep poking at it, but as long as Tyrant figures out that, yeah, nothing's going to hurt this Espathra, I believe that the Sableye here on Kent's side does not actually have any attacking moves. So, yes, it can just constantly, you know, attack. But one sec, there is an issue I must resolve. Okay, there was a no-show. I had to. But again, as we see here, their Chaldon may go for that, whatchamacallit, the Electro Shot into the Espathra or that Sinistra. But what's that gonna matter? Yes, it may have gotten the speed boost with the skill swap once more, but this Sinistra just used Psych Up on the Espathra. This Espathra is now able to just keep moving things around, actually. If we check out the boost here, huh, that's +3, +3. This Archaludon is not going to be able to do anything to either of these Pokemon. Sableye will be getting pulled out by Ken. He's going to send out the Gengar here, but both Espathra and Sinistcha are in prime positions to just resist everything that Ken's going to throw at it. In fact, this Espathra just used Baton Pass, and it's probably going to go into the Floette. Yes, it does go into the Floette. This Floette is now at +3, +3 with both special defense and special attack. And how much does this do? Unfortunately, that is a +1. No, a +1? Or a neutral. It's probably neutral, I think. But again, this Archaludon no longer has stamina. So, not that like it matters too much, since all of Francis's Pokemon except the Incineroar are actually special attackers. And I'm actually looking at the time now. Kent actually has less time than Tyrant, so this can go either way. I feel like I just really had to make that comment considering game 1 was won on a timer, but Floette and Sinistcha are at +3 apiece. If this Floette decides to Mega here, it's gonna do a very, very significant amount of damage. This Mega Gengar may opt to protect, it may opt to do whatever it wants, but I'm not too sure if it's even going to be able to survive a single Moonblast from this Floette. Even if it manages to use Perish Song here, Flash Cannon from the Archaludon does practically nothing to that Floette. And yeah, we do see that the Mega Gengar will use Perish Song here to force out switches on the Sinistcha and the Floette. However, again, this was the question I asked earlier. Will it even be able to survive a Moonblast? And yeah, it does. But the follow-up of a Matcha Gotcha will probably seal the deal here. And it definitely does. At +3, +3, there wasn't very much that the Mega Gengar there could do. And, well, an unfortunate critical hit, but I don't think that matters. The crit there did not matter at all. Now, all of them have their Perish counts down to 3, but there is nothing trapping either the Floette or the... And just like that, at +3, +3 on a piece, Tyrant wins game 1. Game 2 rather. Game 1 was just crazy earlier. But yeah, Tyrant takes game 1, game 2, and Kent had no choice but to concede there after a double +3. That was okay. So both players seem to be ready. Let's see. Okay, so we are definitely in game 3. There was no timer there. That was a definite, very, very definite forfeit from Kent on game 2. But both players are getting a really strong feel for each other here. That Baton Pass from the Espathra and the Psych Up from the Sinistcha was just a diabolical move from Tyrant. On the other hand, Kent here with those very incredible big brain skill swaps goes to show you can't just count Sableye out. Yeah, hopefully they won't be needing a timer for game 3, but fingers crossed this plays out just as incredibly as the last few games. Tyrant, seeing absolutely no need to change his leads, go straight for the Incineroar and the Espathra again. However, Kent sees the issue and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna use Perish Song on all of my Pokemon. He's leading Gengar and Politoed. both of these Pokemon very capable of using Perish Song. At the same time, this Politoed is able to threaten the Incineroar with Weather Ball, but we did see earlier that it fails to KO it. And this Gengar will still be able to KO this Espathra, perhaps with Shadow Ball. This is a bulky Espathra, however, and we know from previous experience that Espathra would want to protect on turn 1. We do see that Jobu, the Gengar, switches out for Jobu, the Incineroar here. Yeah, Intimidate goes up, but it doesn't matter all too much. And yeah, Francis just goes, I don't care. You're probably gonna Perish Song me here and now. I'm just gonna go straight for the Calm Mind. However, Kent sees it and goes, okay, if you're gonna go for the Calm Mind, I'm gonna encore you into it. You're gonna get stuck on this. You have no choice but to Calm Mind over and over. And then I'm gonna Perish Trap you on the next turn. But you have to remember that Tyrant's Incineroar is faster than Kent's Incineroar. In fact, Kent's Incineroar seems to be set for Trick Room, so it can't fake out into the Politoed. However, Tyrant sees this and goes, yeah, I'm not gonna get stuck here on just Encore, and switches his Espathra for the Floette. He just gives up his boost and goes, I can boost any other time. However, you can't boost if I throw. You can't sing me any songs if you don't have a voice to sing it with. And unfortunately, the Incineroar on Tyrant's side does go down for his troubles here after a Weather Ball and a Throat Chop from Jobu and Incineroar. But yeah, again, this Espathra shows back up and he's just like, yeah, you thought I was done? Yeah, you may be able to encore me now, but the threat of this Mega Floette, Fairy Aura from the Mega Floette, is going to also boost the Dazzling Gleam that comes out of this Espathra. Both Espathra and Mega Floette may be able to KO this Toad, this Politoed, before it can even sing any songs of Perish. The Mega comes out here and Fairy Aura will be in effect. Essentially, that Espathra now has a pseudo Fairy type with that Fairy Aura up, and that Dazzling Gleam is going to do a lot of damage. So that's probably going to be enough chip for the Moonblast to KO. But Tyrant does not target into the Politoed. Instead, he targets into the Incineroar. Weather Ball from the... interesting choice for sure. And yeah, both of these players actually just foregoing their primary... This is caveman gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Both players are just attack. Can't seize the opportunity here. He's like, if you want to set up, then go ahead and set up. I'm just going to attack. But Tyrant, with 2 Pokemon down, he is now more vulnerable to the Perish Song. But again, never say never. Tyrant is known to get out of these situations. I've said it time and again before, even during the games I casted during Outbreak. But I've also seen several of Tyrant's matches, and I know how he plays enough that he's very good at getting out of these situations. Kent, on the other hand, in a prime position to abuse his position, he is able to just go for that Perish Song here, and it's relatively safe. However, yeah, if the Politoed goes down, then he may not be able to do anything here. Instead, he wants to keep that as a last-ditch effort, so he pulls out the Politoed and brings in Archaludon instead. Unfortunately, his Incineroar is going to go down to that Mega Floette's Moonblast, but yeah, this Sinistcha is going to be able to cast up Trick Room. With the Incineroar being slower, Kent's Incineroar gone, these Pokemon will be faster than Mega Gengar. This may just be the jump Tyrant needs in order to get rid of that Gengar. This Gengar, however, we know that it does not have poison moves. Instead, all it has are Perish Trap moves. It has Perish Song and Shadow Ball, Substitute and Protect. It can, of course, just opt to Protect here, but I believe the Floette can just very easily go for a Dazzling Gleam if it really needs to. The Archaludon here may be able to threaten the Floette slightly with that Flash Cannon, but again, this can still go either way. This Sinistcha may just ruin everyone's day here. And yeah, we do see that the Gengar is going to Mega Evolve. So it Mega Evolves into the Mega Gengar, but will it be using Perish Song this turn? Matcha Gotcha comes out, and will it burn either of these Pokemon though? And yeah, we do see the stamina boost. While it's not really necessary, it just it's there. Well, Flash Cannon doing a pretty fair amount of damage, and the special defense drop, unfortunately, on the Mega Floette. And oh, the Moonblast just not doing enough damage, unfortunately. And yeah, we will be seeing Jobu the Mega Gengar use Perish Song. Everyone is now on a timer. But there's no need to Perish Trap anymore. This is the last these are the last two Pokemon for Tyrant. This may be, well, anything can happen. Again, a crit can happen, but with Trick Room up, that may be difficult because we did see their Chaladon move before the Floette, meaning it had less speed than the Floette to begin with. Perhaps it was a little early to Trick Room, but with the threat of the Mega Gengar, I don't blame Tyrant for choosing the Trick Room. It was very reasonable play. But at the same time, this Gengar is just so bulky. And it's just stalling things out now with Protect. So, yeah. The Flash Cannon will be going into the Sinistcha because of that Rage Powder, and Floette able to just use Moonblast once more into their Chaladon. However, just not enough damage there. But, never say never. This can still go either way. 2 or 3 turns. 2 turns is enough. Gengar did just use Protect, so it cannot Protect again this turn. And with Trick Room still up, this Sinistcha may be able to take the game for Tyrant. A lucky crit. Now a crit would be what Tyrant might need specifically to take out either of these Pokemon with a Dazzling Gleam. But I don't think the luxury of time is here. This game has been all about time. Stalling time or buying time, but yeah, the Floette appears to be... it needs to take something out. And yeah, Incineroar here, the Politoed, our Chaladon just stalling the game out. Wow, Rage Powder comes from the Sinistcha, but no attacks were coming from Kent's side of the field. The Moonblast will be attacking into the Politoed though. Will this be enough? And it is. Unfortunately, with this Mega Gengar coming back in, it is going to be able to just Protect once more. This will be the final turn of Perish Song. Yeah, that was unfortunate, but very well positioned by Kent. Tyrant unfortunately lost there, but again, kudos to both players. It was incredible. Those games were crazy. So congrats again to both players. That was fantastic. Okay, so I am getting messages here from some of our community members. They're saying, please stream Kun's match. I'm like, we're streaming Kun's match? We did that in game 1, but sure. Let's stream Kun's match. Oh no, the game has completed. Okay. So round 3 concluded just now, actually. So let me just end the round right there. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's have a quick 5-minute break. And yeah, we will be back. Alright, we are back. We're back. Next round will be up, and in fact, it is up. Um, it appears someone has dropped out of the tournament. Huh. But we will be spectating one of these games for sure. I want to roll the dice again, but so who should we be spectating? Okay, let's. No. Alright, we will be streaming Milan and McCoy. Milan just messaged me earlier saying he's had an incredible set, so oh man, I wish I could actually stream every single game, but unfortunately that's just not possible. I have to select specific matches, but the matches I seem to have selected seem to last the entire game, so I'm quite excited to see how Milan is gonna play this game. And I'm quite excited as well to see how McCoy is gonna play. So, genuinely curious here. Oh, we might be seeing a no-show if nobody's gonna show up here. Unfortunately. If this is the case, I might have to switch to a different stream, but I'm quite intent on this one. If anyone has any streams they want me to showcase, just in case Milan's opponent Mahoy doesn't show up. Alright, so I think McCoy is not showing up, unfortunately. If he is, he will be losing game 1 to Milan. But to keep the stream going, we're probably gonna choose to spectate another match. So I do have one in mind, actually. So I'm probably gonna jump into that room. So we will be following Dejan and John, or JNS, and he's Esber now, but I know him from with a very different name. This is formerly the Riz Lord. But with respect to the names, so with regard to the names, we will be calling him Esber from now on. So let's see here. JNS with a Charizard team and Esber with a Rain team with Mega Floette. Let's check out the team sheet for both of these players, shall we? JNS here with a Charizardite X. This is a Mega Charizard X. I bit my tongue trying to say that really fast. And Esber with, well, standard Rain team. So we will be seeing Esber here lead with Archelodon and Basculegion. And for JNS, he's gonna be leading with that Sneasler and the Charizard. This Charizard is gonna be physically oriented though, because it is a Mega Charizard X. Fake out pressure is on the Basculegion, on the Archelodon. Sneasler pressuring the Archelodon to do anything, but you always gotta remember the Archelodon kind of wants to be faked out every now and then just to get the boost, but you also gotta remember this Charizard is physical. Archelodon would want to get that stamina boost. Double checking the sheets now, yes, this Archelodon is stamina with leftovers. So if it gets faked out, it gets 1 speed, it gets 1 defense boost, and the Charizard's not going to be able to do as much damage as it would like against this Archelodon, while the Dragon moves and the Fire moves are going to be somewhat effective against the Archelodon. It's still going to be a little... Wait. Oops. Yeah. Fix the screen transition there. Anyway, Esper's Basculegion smacks that Charizard with a flip turn, switching out immediately. And taking its place is Pelipper, Rain coming in. The fire moves from this Charizard are going to be absolutely neutered. Close combat comes out from the Sneasler, practically KOing that Archelodon. Goes to show that Sneasler is nothing to scoff at. Stamina boost? What's that? Sneasler is apparently that strong. White Herb clears the defenses from the Sneasler after the close combat. And this God, I almost said Dragonite there. This Charizard is going to be Dragon Dancing in front of them, but Archelodon just goes, yeah, you wanna dance? Hits it with Dragon Pulse, takes it out for its troubles. And while yes, this Archelodon may now be pretty much crippled because of the Sneasler, it's still gonna be able to do, well, it still managed to do something. That was a pretty good trade, I'd say. But we will be seeing that JNS will be subbing in Rotom for that Charizard that just went down. Now, Rotom Wash here can threaten the Pelipper extremely well as the Archelodon's not going to be able to do much. And responding to this, Esper just pulls out the Pelipper and sends out Sinistcha instead. Heals up the Archelodon slightly with that Hospitality boost. On the other hand, JNS protects his Sneasler, trying to avoid any damage that may come out. At the same time, Esper, playing a completely defensive game here, just goes for the protect on his own Archaludon, and masterfully pulling out his Pelipper, he manages to avoid that Thunderbolt KOing that Pelipper with that Sinistra. Thunderbolt was completely resisted there, but we have to remember that the Archaludon is pretty hurt. It's also a lot slower than the Sneasler. A lot of Pokemon are slower than Sneasler, but we also really have to remember that, yeah, the Sinistra here, it's just gonna be able to do whatever it wants for a while. Excuse me, there's a match issue. Alright, apologies. There was an issue. I had to fix up uh, another match request. Fortunately, this is a one-man operation. But yeah, I take one look away and this Sneasler is it's it's begging for its life. 14 HP. Sinistron or Chaludon a little worse for wear, but not exactly, you know, not exactly KO'd. But yeah, our Chaludon here just trying to bide out its time, heal a little more with leftovers. Protects itself, but then this Pelipper, well, the Kingambit just hits it with that Kowtow Cleave unresisted. Not enough to KO it, but to put it in citrus range. And unfortunately, I believe this Kingambit may be able to Sucker Punch that Pelipper, but Pelipper, on the other hand, may not even want to use an attacking move here. But Sneasler, on the other hand, if it does manage to, if the Pelipper manages to do anything, it may want a Tailwind. As I see the status here, Tailwind has not been up on the side of JNS, or rather on the side of Esper. Esper, on the other hand, pivots the Politoed, pivots the Pelipper out, back for the Sinistra, healing the Archaludon just that much more. But, as we saw earlier, the defense boost from the stamina just paying a lot more. Archaludon's stamina just absolutely allows it to live through another close combat. The Sinistra coming in clutch, healing that Archaludon just allows it to just take that, then just launch another Electro Shot, or well, rather, launch an Electro Shot into the Sneasler. Excuse me, that just KO'd. Wow, there were several errors that happened in this round I had to resolve. Again, this is just a one-man band. I might be recruiting several more people to assist me with this role here of judging. Uh, Anyone wants to volunteer in the future, Midweek Smokes? I am very open to having more judges. That way I can focus on keeping up the stream as well as making sure that the game goes on. Anyway, there appears to be a bug. I'll just rejoin the room so we can spectate once more. Sorry again. Oh wait, no, this is Zenith's room. Let's go back to... yeah, that's... I guess we'll be joining Milan's room now. Milan gets his wish. We will be seeing the latter half of his game 2. And what have we walked into? Right, I had to resolve a game with a improper team sheet. That doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. So, what have we stumbled into here? McCoy pulled out his Basque Legion for that Pelipper. On the other hand, Milan pulling out his own King Gambit for a giraffe. Archelodon and Garchomp both on the field. 2 dragons on the field. Archelodon protecting itself, but yeah, Earthquake coming from Milan's Garchomp here doing nothing to that Archelodon. But yeah, it's gonna be hurting his own Giraffe though. Unfortunate. Oh wow, that Garchomp's a little worse for wear, but it's gonna do It's gonna do things. Okay, so McCoy's or Chaladon here charging that up after that, after Milan's Garchomp just got KO'd. And wow, this, what have we walked into? Farigiraf on Milan's side manages to heal up and will successfully pull up the Trick Room. Milan's team appears to be very well versed in Trick Room here, but the Rain, on the other hand, that might be problematic for this Charizard. But I also have to check, is this a Charizard X or a Charizard Y? It is Charizard Y. So, interestingly here, this Charizard has the chance to actually change the weather. At the same time, it may not, but Pelipper's definitely gonna want to switch out if it doesn't when the weather changes. And we do see that it does not switch out. Milan manages to Mega Evolve his Charizard into Charizard Y, and it will be bringing in the sun over the rain. Electro Shot will no longer be able to do much. This Pelipper, however, has Wide Guard, a tech not seen very common in these lower level formats, but Psychic goes into this poor little bird, and yeah, Milan probably saw right through it and just went, yeah, I'm gonna hit this thing with whatever I've got, single target. And I think he's going to go for a Weather Ball. Yeah, he does go for a Weather Ball into this Archelagon. And Charizard Y in the sun with that Weather Ball. I believe it will be stab boosted as well with that. So yeah, that was actually a very good play. Very good turn for Milan here. He got the Trick Room up, but yeah, the Archelagon, unfortunately, just not able to do much. Well, Trick Room is up and Charizard is fast. But let's see, is this Basculegion? Is this Basculegion? Yes, it is Choice Scarf, and unfortunately, King Gambit just wins this matchup here with a Sucker Punch. There's nothing that could be done there. And yeah, that's round 4, unfortunately. We weren't able to spectate very much, but well, it is what it is. Again, for everyone who wants to assist with this in the future, I am open to assistance with judges, and well, I'm probably gonna manage the stream, but I would love additional judges for this. So 1 sec as I double check everything. There appears to be so many issues with round 4. Crazy. So this match was actually one of the matches wherein there were several issues. I'm actually quite curious how this match is gonna play out, so I think it would be fun to just go in and spectate if I can find the code. Alright. Kian and Binsoy. Kyle Bibon and Eric Torimucha. So we're gonna just jump straight into the game. They are still playing. This is game 3. There's actually a bit of an error when it came to the Gardevoir earlier, so that had to be resolved right quick. So again, this is game 3 on their part. Both players appear to be sporting some form of Trick Room, and yeah, this is quite the interesting conundrum here. Torkoal, what are the conditions here? There is no Trick Room in play. Well, this Torkoal is here with that sunlight, and well, Oranguru will probably do Oranguru things. Gardevoir a little worse for wear, the same way without Torkoal, all female Pokemon, but let's see where this goes. Both players on a good timer. Binsoy will be withdrawing that Torkoal here and turning out his own Sinistcha to cover his Oranguru, healing it up just a little more, allowing it to survive probably a single hit. Hyper Voice with that Pixelate boost is no longer a normal move. Trick Room will be coming up from the Sinistcha of Kian here, and it's going to be instantly swapped back with that Oranguru. So I'm not sure if that was quite intentional or if that was an unfortunate circumstance, but both players appear to have wanted Trick Room up, or Binsoy was anticipating it. But this Sinistcha probably doesn't want to be in Trick Room actually, so... Or maybe it does. The Gardevoir appears to be slow, but yeah. We do see that Binsoy has already shown all of his Pokemon with... He does lose the Sinistcha here, but he has the Sylveon and the Torkoal in the back. Machagacha will come and hit that Oranguru, allowing it to survive just ever so slightly. But yeah, I guess that wasn't on purpose. Trick Room finally comes out on Binsoy's side of the field. And, well, Torkoal is probably going to come out, or that Sylveon. Both of these Pokemon very capable of doing crazy things. So, I believe Instruct is in the cards here. I don't think it can use Eruption anymore, but Torkoal in the Sun with Heat Wave, this is the final turn of Sun, however, so this Torkoal is not gonna have much time to do much. No, Sinistcha will be pulled back. I believe it will be sent up. Yeah, the Tyranitar here just to change the weather. Good move by Kian here, but the Heat Wave will be coming out from the Torkoal. Just not enough, but it does get the burn on the Tyranitar, which may be enough to change things in its favor. Instruct comes from the Oranguru, just again Oranguru doing Oranguru things, and goes for the Heat Wave again. Will this be enough to take out the Gardevoir? And it is. It's just right. It burns the Tyranitar and takes out the Gardevoir. That 3 HP will be gone though at the end of this turn because of that Sandstorm, but I believe Oranguru has done its job. An interesting move here by Binsoy is that he did not bring any of his Mega Pokemon. He did not bring a Mega Pokemon in this match. Sinistcha comes back up, heal, and will most likely heal up that Tyranitar with Hospitality, but yeah, that Tyranitar is still burnt. There might not be much that Tyranitar will be able to do. And with the Trick Room up, well, Torkoal is still in a prime position to just punch through the Sinistcha here. And well, Sylveon being Sylveon can also Hyper Voice to take out the Tyranitar, but in the sand, this may be an uphill battle though. Both of Binsoy's Pokemon appear to be relatively low in health, but we'll see. The Tyranitar does get pulled out here, and the Gyarados does come in. This will resist the Heat Wave from Torkoal, should the Torkoal use Heat Wave once more, and it does. Unfortunately, it misses the Gyarados, but hits the Sinistcha dead on. Now the question is if this Sylveon is going to be able to take out that Sinistcha. Oh, it just goes straight for the Hyper Beam. Well, yeah, that's the delete. Hyper Beam has such a magnificent animation in this game. It is absolutely criminal. Trick Room will come back from the Sinistcha, removing the effects and turning the dimensions back to normal. Reverse Trick Room. This that Hyper Beam was absolutely bonkers. So, yeah, this Sylveon will no longer be able to do as much damage as it wants to here. But, yeah, Torkoal is not going to be fast. Unfortunately, Torkoal will not be fast. This Sylveon is a sitting duck. It's not going to be able to do anything here because of that Hyper Beam, but perhaps it was completely needed. Torkoal will be protecting itself, but it's going to be the slowest thing on the field here. Will Machagacha be missing? No, it does not. It hits the Sylveon dead on. And the real question here is, what is this Torkoal? What's the Tyranitar planning to do? It goes for a Rock Slide. And yeah, Rock Slide here, just not enough to KO the Sylveon, but that chip damage, approximately 11 or 12 points of damage. Yeah, 11. Yeah. That burn was enough to weaken that Tyranitar, but is this Sylveon faster than the Tyranitar? That begs the question. The speed tiers here are all over the place actually, but we know that Torkoal is going to be much slower than everybody, and this Sylveon is just, unfortunately, we're not sure where it sits. And Machagacha, the Sinistcha becomes the fastest thing on the field. Torkoal manages to avoid it, but yeah, I don't think that would have mattered way too much. Unfortunately, Binsoi might be the end of his rope here. Rock Slide will be coming out from Tyranitar. Super effective, even with the burn, will be enough to finally take out the Torkoal. And yes, that is the game 3 of this match. I guess that fully concludes everything for round 5. Okay. So let's conclude the games and end the round. Next round starting in 3, 2, 1. Seems a few people have been eliminated from the tournament, but hey, or rather a few people have dropped, but that's totally fine. We are doing top 8 for top cut. This will be the last round. I did say to Milan that I wanted to stream his match. He's been begging me to stream his match, but I kind of streamed it last time and I've already streamed Kun, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to do that. However, Abin and Rennie here look to be in a prime position to be streamed, so I'm probably going to stream their match here if they are keen on it. stream is back up. We'll be spectating Beans, and Rennie. So, oh, 3-win streak. Okay, I don't think that matters too much. Rennie here will be sending out Kangaskhan and Farigiraf. Bean, on the other hand, will be sending out Aerodactyl and Basculegion as leads. Now, the interesting thing here is Basculegion will not be able to use any ghost moves on the opposing team, but I don't think he wants to. Last Respect's probably doesn't do much with 50 base power anyway, but that Wave Crash is probably going to do a load of damage. Now I'm just going to load up the team sheets here. And interestingly enough, this Basculegion is the classical Choice Scarf, and the Farigiraf does have Cold Berry. Bean here not having any of it pulls out his Basculegion and just changes it straight for the Charizard. He is seeing that it's probably not going to get hit with anything. It's probably not going to get hit by that Fake Out coming from the Kangaskhan, despite the Fake Out pressure. And Rennie just calls it, hits the Charizard straight in the face. Fake Out into that Charizard, didn't even Mega for it. But yeah, interestingly here, Rennie has the choice of Megaing his Charizard or Megaing, is that even a real word they can use? Or his Charizard. But yeah, the same thing goes with Bean. He also has the Floette on his team. So both of these players have a tremendous amount of choices here. The Farigiraf on Rennie's side of the team successfully pulls up the Trick Room. Neither of the Pokemon on Bean's side probably wants to take this, but unfortunately he has to fight within the Trick Room now. Aerodactyl does get pulled out for Garchomp. Rennie seizes the opportunity, sees that, yeah, I can probably just do whatever I want here. Mega evolves his Kangaskhan and will probably hit something really hard. A Bean wanted to protect that Charizard for one more turn, stalling it out, protects the Charizard and manages to deflect an incoming Psychic. Rennie, on the other hand, seizes the opportunity, punches that Garchomp in the face with Ice Punch. Unfortunately, an unfortunate switch there. Both Aerodactyl and Garchomp were very weak to Ice, and Ice Punch just kind of ended the game there ended their HP bars. So the Basculegion will be coming out and has a Choice Scarf. Choice Scarf will not be very helpful in this turn, or well, in this match, considering the Trick Room has come up. So this Basculegion, instead of moving first, will be moving last. On the other hand, this Charizard looks to be in a very unfortunate position. There's not much it can do, but it has to pull something. All Pokemon on Bean's side of the field have already been revealed. The real question is, what's this Charizard going to be able to do? It will Mega Evolve this turn. The last few turns just been protecting, not doing too much. Sun will be coming out from Drought, but Foul Play from the Farigiraf will do a significant amount of damage on that Basculegion. Unfortunately for this Charizard, it will be eating a Double Edge. While the initial hit didn't do too much, that extra hit from the Parental Bond just manages to inch it out ever so slightly. Flip Turn from the Basculegion does some damage towards that Farigiraf. However, in the Sun, it's just very counterintuitive because its damage has been practically nerfed. And again, unfortunately, despite being able to switch moves again with the Choice Scarf, it's still wearing a Choice Scarf, unfortunately. So Basculegion will not be able to move. In fact, Aerodactyl and Basculegion are probably the fastest things on the field right now, which, yeah, that happens, unfortunately. Rennie will be taking game 1. Bean had no choice there but to take the L. Both players are ready again, and yeah. relatively quick game. Right now we're on game 2 with Rennie and Abin. So game 1 went by relatively quickly, swinging by in Rennie's favor. Will Abin be able to make correct adjustments in order to just beat out that Farigiraf Kangaskhan combo? It seemed precariously difficult, but Abin may be able to do something here. Let's wait and see. And the players have chosen their Pokemons of choice. So let's see. So again, Rennie will be leading with the Kangaskhan and the Farigiraf. However, we did see earlier that the Kangaskhan here is probably just gonna fake out into the King Gambit here, unfortunately. But the Basculation, again, not being able to do too much. This Farigiraf really wants to have Trick Room up at the same time. Does really want to have Trick Room up with this Kangaskhan right there. Rennie, not wasting any time, will Mega Evolve this Kangaskhan on turn 1. Probably going straight for the offensive here. But yeah, Farigiraf will be using Protect, feinting the Trick Room. There is no Trick Room that will be coming out. Wave Crash will be hitting this Kangaskhan for a very significant amount of damage. Abin biding his time here, swapping it out. Hammer Arm will come, will be smacking into the King Gambit. Unfortunately, not able to do as much damage as he'd hoped. It will be surviving, but yeah, that second hit from the Parental Bond still manages to just inch it out ever so slightly. Low kick will be coming from the King Gambit. Abin just noticing the trend, almost immediately KOs the Kangaskhan. He probably responds with, yeah, okay, you're probably not going to Trick Room this turn. Called it out completely and manages to just let it go. So the Sun will be coming up from the Torkoal that Rennie just sent in place of that Kangaskhan. However, this is going to still be quite difficult. Torkoal still needs to have that Trick Room up. It may be beneficial for it to protect here, but at the same time, more focus is going to be on this Farigiraf. We know that the Basculation is locked into that Wave Crash, but that's not going to be be-all, end-all of this. That Farigiraf can just switch out, and King Gambit's probably going to be able to do some moves here. But instead, Abin pulls out the Basculation and sends in his Garchomp instead. King Gambit goes for a Kowtow Cleave onto that Farigiraf, but however, Cobra Berry is just going to reduce that damage by a pretty significant amount, allowing it to survive with even more HP than normal. Heat Wave will come out from the Torkoal enough to KO this King Gambit and do a significant amount on this bulky Garchomp. Again, this appears to be quite a bulky Garchomp. And with that being said, the King Gambit was unable to KO that Farigiraf. Well, Trick Room will unfortunately be going up. Rennie is once again with the advantage of Trick Room. Speed tiers have been swapped. That Torkoal is now the fastest thing on the field. This Charizard, however, might be able to make some plays here, but it's going to be resisted by that Torkoal. And while both of them still want to do amazing amounts of damage, that Torkoal is still going to be going first. Unfortunately, also for this Garchomp, that Torkoal will be going first, and an Eruption will be coming out from the Torkoal, just doing so much damage. But unfortunately, not enough to KO. But yeah, the psychic follow-up from Farigiraf onto the Garchomp just manages to edge it out and KO it completely. Unfortunately for Abin, once again, Heat Wave manages to miss the Torkoal. That Torkoal is still going to be able to launch maximum power eruptions on the next turn. And yeah, this Basculation that Abin has, it probably won't be able to do as much as if the Sun wasn't out. But I believe it also has Aqua Jet, anything to reduce the amount of damage coming in from that eruption. But maybe he doesn't even want to do eruption on this turn. Heat Wave is also a very viable choice. But yeah, this Heat Wave is going to be resisted by both Primarina and Torkoal. At the same time, Waveflash can be resisted by that Primarina as well. Torkoal here just going straight for the Eruption. I mean, why not at full HP? You're gonna be doing maximum amount of damage. Moonblast will be hitting the Basque Legion and will be KOing it. Unfortunately, not able to do anything. That Choice Scarf more against it than actually for it this time around. Charizard will be using Solar Beam to knock out that Primarina, but the question is, will it even be able to knock out that Primarina? Not. The Primarina is quite bulky, so unfortunately this Flying Lizard is not going to be able to do too much this time around. With 2 more turns of Trick Room, this may be it. A masterful play by Rennie, so I guess that concludes this round stream match. Unfortunately, that was a pretty damn fast match. Alright, so I guess we can hop onto another one. Quite interesting that we either hop into the match that takes forever or the match that just doesn't take forever. Let's spectate someone we have not yet spectated. So we see here that Eric Torimucha and Daniel Dumas, L and Binsoy have just technically started their match. So they're in a very prime position to be spectated right now. And you know what? I believe that is what we are going to do here. So I'll be informing them that they are going to be spectated. So we've just come in here with Binsoy swapping out his Oranguru for that Torkoal. At the same time, L appears to have swapped out his Pelipper for that Archaludon. Well, this appears to just be turn 1. So, oh no, turn 2 rather. Mega Scizor does come out on L side, and Mega Drampa is already on the field there. The Bullet Punch coming out from that Scizor not doing anything to that Torkoal. Hyper Voice comes out from Drampa there and just absolutely demolishes everything. Unfortunately, the speed, the defense boost from Stamina is probably enough to keep this Archaludon going, but if we look at the conditions, it appears that Trick Room is up. This may be turn 3. This Torkoal still has the ability to do massive amounts of damage, but at the same time, L appears to still have his Pelipper on his side of the field, so he can probably make waves here by sending the Pelipper back in. And it seems like he's probably going to do that. He sends the Pelipper back in place of the Scizor, and he changes the weather from sunny to rainy. Eruption comes out from the Torkoal, not doing too much damage, unfortunately, because of the rain. However, this Drampa is still in a very good position to just do maximum amounts of damage. Hits that Archaludon with Earth Power, knocks it out for its troubles. In Trick Room, there was nothing that thing could do. Drampa may be slow, but in Trick Room, he is extremely fast. And, well, that was an interesting, So, game 1 goes to Binsoy here, with a forfeit coming from L. Again, the Trick Room is just so oppressive. If it manages to go up properly with the correct positioning, Trick Room can just win games. The same goes for actually Tailwind, but hey, I really should double check these transitions more often. It's all manual here. But yeah, let's do some quick team analysis here. L is rocking a Mega Feraligatr as well as a Mega Scizor. these are very interesting teams actually, because they both rock in the rain. Well, the Scizor and the Feraligatr, not very common picks. The Scizor, yes, lately, but the Feraligatr is indeed very interesting. On the other hand, Binsoy rocking a Drampa hard Trick Room team. Probably the hardest Trick Room team so far. It just wants to thrive there. It's got that Oranguru, the Sinistcha, and the Drampa. And yeah, that it gets rounded out quite nicely with a Fire Water Grass core with the Torkoal, the Rotom, and the Sinistcha. Could have been a Fairy core as well with Fairy Dragon, but they have no Steel types. They've got Oranguru, who's only a Steel Psychic type, right? But unfortunately, that's not how it goes. Well, either way, we're gonna be seeing what happens in Game 2 because it's just about to begin. So again, Binsoy versus L versus Binsoy. And Binsoy will be leading with Drampa and Oranguru, the same thing we saw earlier when we entered this stream, or when we entered this match. And interestingly enough, this Feraligatr is out in the field. Feraligatr does turn into a Dragon type when it Mega Evolves, which means it can do amazing amounts of damage into that Drampa. But, well, Oranguru is there, and Oranguru it is a bulky Pokemon. 100% it is extremely bulky, and it may be able to stave off enough damage here. And we will be seeing a turn 1 Mega. I'm so used to Terra here, but we will be seeing that Feraligatr turn into a Mega Feraligatr. Probably just do as much damage as it can to that Drampa before it can do enough damage later on. Drampa will be Mega Evolving here as well. One of the newer Megas introduced in Legends ZA, but yeah. Close Combat goes into the Oranguru, takes out more than half of its HP. But will the Feraligatr be following it up? That's the real question. We did not see any protects from the Drampa. Gumshoe, the Feraligatr, will be using a Dragonite, Dragolate. I'm not quite sure what the ability's name is, but that new ability. But yeah, it just goes for the KO on the Oranguru there. Unfortunately, there will be no Trick Room going up. On the back foot, but not entirely out, Sinistcha comes out. That may have been a better lead actually if Binsoy wanted to set up the Trick Room a little earlier, but either way, this is going to be pretty good. The Sinistcha is quite vulnerable to Dire Claw from the Sneasler, but who knows? Perhaps it's going to be able to survive both the Sneasler and the attack from the Mega Feraligatr. At the same time, you can't just leave this Drampa alone. Instead of going for a Trick Room, we just go straight for a Rage Powder here. And yeah, the same combo. Double Edge and Dire Claw. But what is this Drampa about to do? Gumshoe, the Feraligatr, takes even more. But Hyper Voice, not enough to take out the Feraligatr. Also not enough to take out the Sneasler, even with a +1 boost. The sun will be coming up. Whether there is a rain coming out from L's side of the team through that Pelipper remains to be seen. However, that may not be much of an issue considering this Sneasler and this Feraligatr still have things very much under control. This Feraligatr can probably just take out that Torkoal as well. Sneasler here protecting itself, trying to scout out whatever the opposing team wants to do. Drampa, on the other hand, also protecting itself, trying to scout things out. Gumshoe, the Feraligatr, just goes straight for the double edge into the Torkoal and gets KO'd for its troubles, KOing itself. It's decided that the only way it wants to go is through its own terms. Yeah, bounces straight off the Sneasler, and well, now he has a clean switch into Phoenix the Pelipper. Pelipper gets rid of that weather, and well, unfortunately, Torkoal probably needed that more than anything. Drampa, on the other hand, is still in a pretty good position with that much HP. However, Sneasler can do significant amounts of damage onto it, provided it targets into it. Torkoal protects itself, not sure. It's not the greatest thing here, but close combat again goes into the Drampa. Will this be enough? And it is. a single close combat from Sneasler. Sneasler, with all of these close combats, is ruining days, I swear. Hurricane does go into the protected Torkoal, but Binsoy sees no outs and decides, yeah, I think that's it. He takes the L and acknowledges the loss. So we will now be seeing Game 3. So hopefully this is going to be a lot more fun. Both players seem to have good mastery over their field, so who knows how this is going to play out. Binsoy clearly wants to have Trick Room up, and L's game plan seems to be, yeah, I really don't want Trick Room up, so that's probably going to get targeted the moment he sees it. But again, Binsoy may have a better chance here at leading with Sinistcha. Or if he leads both Oranguru and Sinistcha. Honestly, anything to get the Trick Room up. Yeah, I've already seen games before that players would just use Sinistcha and they would use two Trick Room setters at the same time. That's an extremely high risk. Anyway, Game 3 of this match is about to begin. Round 5 of Midweek Smoke. So we will be seeing that, yeah, Binsoy will be leading with both Sinistcha and Oranguru. Now the question is, who's using Trick Room? The funniest thing would be if all 3 of these Trick Room setters decide to use Trick Room. That'd be hilarious. But that would stand, the Trick Room would finally be up. So there are cases where you send in 2 Trick Room setters and they both set Trick Room in the event that one gets KO'd. But in this case, I doubt the Sneasler is going to be able to KO any single one of these Pokemon. At the same time, this Sinistcha is probably not going to be able to KO anything. This may be a pretty good position for Binsoy to just use Trick Room on his own Sinistcha, but at the same time, we don't know if L is going to use the Trick Room himself on his own Sinistcha. But Binsoy acknowledges that there's too many Trick Room setters on the field, swaps out his Oranguru for that Drampa. The Sneasler, not wanting any of this smoke, actually protects itself, and L's own Sinistcha attacks Binsoy's Sinistcha with Shadow Ball. Enough to put it in citrus range, eats the citrus berry, but successfully pulls up the Trick Room. So now we are in Trick Room. Now the Sinistcha on L side of the field is a ghost type, so it will be able to resist it's rather immune to the Hyper Voice that Drampa is probably gonna want to blast out. Drampa does a lot of damage. We did see earlier that even at +1, it just wasn't enough to take out the Sneasler. And we will be seeing a switch here, that the Sneasler being pulled out straight from its ball, and in comes the Scizor. Drampa here, yeah, Trick Room's already up. I'm just gonna give myself a little leeway. Uses Calm Mind, while his own teammate uses Rage Powder, but that's not what L wants. L sees the opportunity. Okay, you have Trick Room up, I'm just gonna have Trick Room up as well. So the dimensions have been reversed once more. It is now normal. But again, we have to see this Scizor may not be able to do much to this Sinistcha. At the same time, this the Sinistchas here seem to be wanting to both Trick Room, to reverse the Trick Rooms, as well as activate it. It's just a matter of manipulating the positioning here. So we do see that this Scizor Mega evolves into Mega Scizor, and whatever it decides to do, it's probably going to do a pretty significant amount of damage. And we do see a double Mega Evolution on this turn, Drampa and Scizor. But the real question is, Is anybody gonna use? Is anybody gonna bother to use Trick Room here? And will it matter? We do once again. We see once again that Mia, the Sinistcha on L side, goes for the Shadow Ball. Drampa will be using Earth Power on Apollo the Scizor and just not doing enough damage. Trick Room will once again go up. This unfortunately, that may be the play. Even if L manages to reverse the switch, reverse the Trick Room on this turn, Binsoy's Sinistcha is still able to use Rage Powder, protecting the Drampa, and Drampa may still be able to take out Apollo with another Earth Power. Because even in Trick Room, priority is priority, and there's nothing stopping that priority. And interestingly, Binsoy is not using he's not using a Farigiraf, which is normally the Trick Room setter in these kinds of teams. But yeah, this is quite interesting to see, considering that the Drampa is going to be able to do whatever it wants so long as this Sinistcha manages to divert the attention of that Scizor. But yeah, he's like, okay, I don't mind. I'm gonna take a Bullet Punch to the face. Or no, he's not. He protects himself and switches out the Oranguru. Apollo, the Scizor, protects himself as well. This is a fully defensive turn. Rage Powder comes out from the opposing Sinistcha. Binsoy now successfully scouting out what's going on. He can probably see, alright, I see what's going on. Trick Room is still up. That Drampa is going to be able to do massive amounts of damage. So the real question here is, even if it manages to redivert an Earth Power, all Binsoy really has to do is go for a neutral move here. So Bullet Punch comes from that Scizor, reducing that Drampa to a pretty good amount of HP, but activates that, unfortunately, the Berserk. And Hyper Voice comes out, KOing the opposing Scizor. Then again, the Sinistcha is now free to do something. It can probably reverse the Trick Rooms. And unfortunately, Sinistcha is immune. So this Hyper Voice will fall on deaf ears. The beauty of having a Ghost type, but yeah, Trick Room will come back up. The real question now is this Sneasler going to be able to do anything? The Sneasler is probably going to come back out, or we're going to see L's final Pokemon. But Francisca, the Sneasler, yeah, the Sneasler will be coming back out, probably take revenge on this Oranguru. Drampa, on the other hand, probably just doesn't want to take any of this smoke. Binsoy might want to switch him out for the Sinistcha here, or Protect. But at the same time, this Sneasler might target directly into the Oranguru. Either way, Binsoy probably wants to have Trick Room up, but at the same time, they're both playing mind games. L could be thinking, okay, if he wants to set up Trick Room, I'm just gonna swap it out. So this Sneasler could actually just Protect on turn 1, or Protect on this turn, while the Sinistcha goes for the reverse on Trick Room, and the Oranguru might also go for the Trick Room. Like, these players are both playing significant mind games, and I am all for it. So yes, we do see the Sneasler go for the Protect here, and both of these offensive pieces are going for Protect. But the question is, okay, yeah, so the Trick Room does go up, but the question is, will the Trick Room go back down? And yes, it does. L successfully calls out that Binsoy would use Trick Room in this event. So there is no more Protect here. Both players are going to have to think of a way to swap this through. Binsoy here can't really do anything against that close combat from the Sneasler, but he does have an out in that Sinistcha still in the back. But the question is he going to have the insight to swap into it? And yeah, he does. So he does swap, but not into the Sinistcha. Rage Powder from L Sinistcha here, trying to take as much heat as it can. And Dire Claw comes out from the Sneasler, trying to predict the call out, trying to call out that switch into the Sinistcha. Man, I'm just saying Sinistcha a lot this game. So this Torkoal is out, but there's no Trick Room. The Sneasler, on the other hand, probably will not be able to KO either of these Pokemon. The Sinistcha, on the other hand, on L side of the field, Mia the Sinistra will be able to take out this Torkoal should it choose to Shadow Ball. In fact, doubling into the Torkoal could be good, but if he doubles into the Torkoal, that leaves the Oranguru able to just set up Trick Room once more. So, again, these players are just playing massive mind games, and L's not having any of it. He pulls out his Sneasler and just switches it out for the Pelipper, swapping the weather once more. Bye-bye heat, hello rain. And in its place, Sinistra does come out on Binsoy's side of the field, heals Torkoal back up for all it's worth. Shadow Ball comes from Mia the Sinistra onto that Torkoal, but in the sun, in the rain rather, Heat Wave is probably not going to do too much damage. Still doing a pretty significant amount on the Sinistra, however. Yeah, just not enough. The Citrus Berry heals it back up, and this is some back foot magic here. So, yeah, both Torkoal and Sinistra here on Binsoy's side of the field, not looking pretty worse for wear. On the other hand, L still has a pretty good advantage with his heal. Binsoy, seeing the opportunity, switches out his own Sinistra for his Oranguru. In fact, he does a double switch. He's sending out both Oranguru and his Drampa. Weather Ball comes from the Pelipper, but even if it's resisted, is it gonna KO? No, it is not. But this is a pretty bad position, actually, all things considered. But with both Pokemon being normal types, it's now Binsoy's side of the field who's immune. And this may be the time for Binsoy to actually bring out the Trick Room. But again, L has reversed it once before. Would this be the chance to bring up Trick Room? What if L just sets it up for Binsoy? What if Binsoy sets it up? Rage Powder can come in, but then... yeah, we see Protect here. So this Oranguru might actually go for the Trick Room here. Hurricane comes from the Pelipper, attacking that Oranguru, taking out a decent amount of HP, but gets it confused. This may just be it. The Sinistra going for the Machagacha here, doing some damage onto the Oranguru. However, this Oranguru is confused and burnt. Well, being burnt is one thing, but being confused means it might not be able to use Trick Room, and it does not. It hurts itself in its confusion and gets burnt even more. Unfortunately, this might be it. Without Trick Room, this Drampa might not be able to do anything. The rest of Binsoy's team relies almost completely on Trick Room being up, and L has managed to reverse and play around it the whole way through. Except for Game 1, L has managed to run away with Trick Room all the way through. So again, both of these players need to be very wary of their positioning. This may be difficult, but it's not impossible for Binsoy to win. Any misplays on L's side may be the key to winning this match. And he does pull out his own Sinistra here. Probably just thinking about, yeah, he's probably not gonna hit me with Shadow Ball here. But he does get hit with a Weather Ball, resisted as it may be. That Sinistra was already in its last legs. So the real question now is this Drampa going to be able to do enough damage? The Sinistra on L side of the field has just been a bane to Binsoy. This burn once more, putting it on a massive timer. And healing it for its troubles. Hyper Voice does come out, doesn't affect the Sinistra unfortunately. But it also just doesn't do enough damage towards the Pelipper. Drampa is too slow now. Well, with Drampa, Oranguru, and Torkoal on Binsoy's side of the field, he may still be able to switch this up by sending out the Torkoal to get rid of the rain and to start the sun up all over again. But this is looking pretty bleak considering the speed tiers here. The Sinistra is probably going to be a lot faster anyway, so yeah, this might be it. This may be ending in a Game 3 in L's favor. So let's see. Again, any misplays can turn the tides here, so we'd love to see it. It's not looking great so far. Binsoy will be withdrawing that Drampa and sending in his Oranguru. Again, all of his Pokemon seem to be on a sliver of health. Unfortunately, a Shadow Ball will be coming out from this Sinistcha. And it is not enough to take out the Pelipper. Heatwave will finally come out from the Pelipper in the sun. Like I said, anything can change here. And that Sinistcha going down may just be it. That may be enough. But yeah, all of Binsoy's Pokemon are on a sliver of health. None of them are fast, unfortunately. And Elle has seen the opportunity here. Elle sees it and goes, yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna be able to survive here. I just need my Sneasler to live until the very end. And Sneasler can probably easily pick off all of these Pokemon one at a time. Even with the sun up, this Pelipper's, well, it's in a pretty good position. All things considered, there's still an out here, but Hurricane is no longer available on that Pelipper. Any miss from Hurricane is probably going to cost the game. Of course, Torkoal can just protect here. Close combat will be coming from the Sneasler, but we have to know, is this Pelipper going to go for a Hurricane and possibly miss? Or will it play safe and go for a Weather Ball? Yes, it does. It plays safe and goes for the Weather Ball. But will this be enough? Even 11 HP? Yes, it is. Sadly, that is also a critical hit. So the only thing remaining here is this Drampa with a pitiful amount of HP in the burn. So this might be extremely difficult here. This may be it. So yeah, we do see that Binsoy, he essentially concedes. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the game. Let's see who's still playing though. It appears that there's still one pair playing, and they appear to be on game 3. So I believe we'll go on a short break and come back when the games have concluded. we are back. We are back with Top Cut. All right. Hello all, we are definitely back with Top Cut. Now it's just a matter of who are we gonna watch today. I actually want to observe Rennie and Milan. Okay. So again, we will be streaming Top Cut. Milan, you are finally getting your wish. You are gonna be on stream from the get-go. We'll be streaming Rennie and Milan. Big shout outs to my Geo Sanj Garbador teammates from the Summer League. Big ups to you guys. There's two of you in Top Cut. So, good job. But enough of these shout outs. We are going to be spectating Zenith and Rennie. Okay, so we know that these players have played very well before. Zenith with that, Milan with that interesting team there. Yeah. We know that Rennie is playing some really interesting trick room plays here. And let's hope that this keeps up for both of these players. Both these players actually have answers for trick room and speed control here, so yeah, let's go. Seeing some people rooting in the chat here. Milan, if you're listening, Rod says good luck. But also, good luck to both of these players. Rennie and Milan are incredible players, and I wouldn't be surprised if either of them won this set. Both of them are incredible players, and I'm really excited and just really happy I'm able to even watch these games. So, yeah, good job me. Just giving myself a quick pat on the back for actually thinking of, yeah, this is gonna be fun. So, enough chit chat. Let's get right to the games. So we have Zenith, Milan, and Rennie, the giddy old man. Rennie will be leading with Sneasler and Charizard here. On the other hand, Milan will be leading with Charizard and Garchomp. Now, the interesting thing here is, if this is fairly even, both of them are, I believe, Charizard Y. And, well, the Garchomp here, since we're looking at it from the spectator point of view, it appears to be quite bulky, but that's just my surmising. But again, Sneasler, on the other hand, can just get away with games. Fake out pressure might be on Rennie's side of the field, though. I have to double check the sheets here. Yeah, fake out is on Rennie's side of the field. Rennie will be Mega Evolving his own Charizard while Milan protects his Garchomp. Milan also did not Mega Evolve his Charizard here, and goes for a protect on both, scouting out what Rennie would like to do. And yeah, Weather Ball doubling straight into the Charizard. Unfortunately, Solar Power there just burning away a little of that Charizard's HP. Milan might have protected itself, but the Sun seems to have burnt a little bit of that Charizard down to a little bit of lower health. But at this point, Milan just goes for the Mega as well on his own Charizard. So we have both Mega Charizard Y on the field. And Sneasler will go for a close combat into that Garchomp. Again, we saw that it seems to be quite bulky. Rough Skin will be hurting that Sneasler, but White Herb healing up its lowered defenses. And, well, Solar Beam from Rennie's Charizard will be attacking probably into the Garchomp. And, it's going straight into the Garchomp. However, this Garchomp, like I said earlier, it appears to be quite bulky. Goes for a Scale Shot. We have 1 hit, 2, 3. Just 3. Unfortunately, not enough. But we'll get that speed boost enough to outspeed the Sneasler on the next turn. Milan, however, will be going for a Heat Wave, just taking out the opposing Charizard here and putting that Garchomp in a very good position. It is now faster than majority of whatever is coming at it. And, well, Rennie says, oh, you want to play with speed? He sends out his Farigiraf instead. He goes, alright, we can play with some speed. Now, we did see in the sheets that this Sneasler does not have any protecting moves. It has 4 attacks, I believe. Yeah, it does not have protect. So, it's very much an offensive piece. It may be keen on switching here, but whatever comes in is going to have to take a pretty substantial amount of damage. Milan sees the opportunity, goes, alright, if you want to go set up Trick Room, let's see what happens. He swaps out his own Garchomp, even with that boost. Unfortunately, Dire Claw here on Rennie's RNG side successfully puts this Charizard to sleep. Unfortunate, but the dice rolls. Sadly, that kind of thing just happens. And, well, even with the reduced chances, it really hurts when it does happen. Foul Play will come out from the Farigiraf to the Farigiraf, but doesn't do too much. December the Farigiraf, Milan's Farigiraf will be using Hyper Voice to take out the opposing Sneasler while in Trick Room, taking advantage of it completely. But yeah, unfortunately Charizard will remain asleep this turn. So, fingers crossed for Milan's case that, yeah, Milan's just playing a game of, he seems to be quite the gambler using Scale Shot, and well, this game seems to have a lot of RNG. But yes, Rennie did pull in his Torkoal. His Torkoal is now in a prime position to just erupt. Pun intended. But yeah, this Torkoal is in a good position to just explode here with Eruption. But yeah, perhaps Milan's not gonna have any of it. He sends his Garchomp back out, who was already a little lower. So yeah, that eruption was just crazy. So yeah, that eruption just takes out both of Milan's Pokemon. Unfortunately, that Charizard is still very much asleep. Not exactly what you want to see here. Eyes open on the switch in, but eyes closed. Yeah. So Sun has come back up. That Torkoal was like, alright, thanks for the boost, buddy. And unfortunately, there is no way for this King Gambit to use Sucker Punch. But yeah, it does wake up. The Charizard will be waking up here. But we have to take note, there are still several more turns of Trick Room. Psychic will be coming out against that Charizard, but yeah, what was once on the back foot here, it goes to show how oppressive Trick Room truly is. This final turn of Trick Room might be enough. If Milan manages to get a double protect on both of his Pokemon, he may be able to win this match. Again, this is just hardcore gambling, but yeah, both of them fail here, and Eruption comes out once again from the Torkoal, and it just deletes both Kioma the King Gambit and Odie the Charizard. Survives with a sliver of health, just enough, but this follow-up from the Farigiraf unfortunately takes it out, winning Rennie game 1. Okay, so both of these players, incredible game actually. So let's see. They are ready for game 2 already. So fingers crossed. This is gonna be another great match. Both players have already chosen their Pokemon, and let's see what happens. Let's see how they're going to play this out. We have Kangaskhan and Farigiraf on Rennie's side of the field, and Milan leading the exact same way in game 1 with the Charizard and the Garchomp combo. Interestingly, again, this Garchomp is quite bulky, so you can expect it to survive at least 1 or 2 hits, but yeah, in this case, we know that Rennie has Ice Punch on that Kangaskhan, so this could be difficult for that Garchomp. Even with that bulk, it may not be enough to stifle a hit or 2 or 3 from that Kangaskhan, but at the same time, Farigiraf on Rennie's side of the field, free to just set up Trick Room if it really wants. Milan sees the threat, changes it out. He sends in once again his Farigiraf, similar to what he did in the first game. And he will be using his Mega Stone to Mega Evolve his Charizard here into Charizard Y. Mega Charizard Y. The sun will be coming up. And Rennie not missing a beat. Yeah, you can Mega Evolve, so can I. He just goes for the Mega Evolution on Kangaskhan as well. And, well, Heat Wave will be coming out from the Charizard Y, doing a significant amount of damage, a critical hit on the Farigiraf, and severely neutering that Kangaskhan with a burn. Double Edge will be coming out, but what's it going to be able to do with that burn here? That KO, that once was a KO, will no longer be able to. And, well, right now, this Farigiraf on Milan's side of the field will be able to easily reverse this Trick Room, but Rennie can probably anticipate that as well. So, again, we're back to the Trick Room mind games. Is someone gonna set it up? Is someone not gonna set it up? the real question here is, will Rennie be reversing it himself? Or will Milan be reversing the trick room? Again, mind games will be done on both sides of the field here. Unfortunately, yeah, nope. And the trick room reversal goes up. Dimensions have returned to normal, and that Charizard is once again free to just do damage. But we have to remember that even if the Kangaskhan comes back out, oh, okay. Rennie sees that, alright, my game plan's been taken. So he just, rather than wasting more time, he just goes straight for the forfeit. Takes the L and goes, alright, I'll come back in game 3. You can take game 2. I'm winning game 3. So, yeah. Fantastic game once again. Just two players playing at the very best of their ability. And we're all really happy to see it. So again, we are now on game 3. Okay, so both players are now geared up and ready. That was a fantastic game 2 and a fantastic game 1 as well. And I am just hoping we're going to see another fantastic game 3. Honestly, can't wait to see how these two players are going to adjust to each other. And that being said, game 3 is now about to commence. So, Rennie will be leading with Sneasler and Charizard. But again, Milan not seeing the need to change his leads too much. He goes, okay, I'm just gonna lead the same way. Garchomp and Charizard. What a formidable duo that is. One of them a true dragon, by the way. Haters in the comments, where you at? Only one of those is a real dragon. And it's not the one with wings. But yeah, here we go. The one with wings does turn into a fire-breathing lizard that is not a dragon, but can turn up the sun. Rennie's Charizard has turned into a Mega Charizard Y. At the same time, Zenith, or Milan's Charizard, has also Mega Evolved into Mega Charizard Y. Both of these Charizards have decided, yeah, now is the time. Sneasler with that fake out onto Ophelia, the Garchomp here, but takes that rough skin damage. Heat Wave will be coming from Rennie's Charizard, but at the same time, I believe, oh, the flinch on the Garchomp, of course, that Weather Ball will be coming from Milan's, and it just takes out the Sneasler. Weather Ball into the Sneasler coming from that Charizard in the sun just takes out Sneasler completely. Deals with that almost very cleanly, actually. Now this Farigiraf in a pretty good position to just spam Trick Room, but at the same time, does it really want to do that? Neither of these Charizards can actually take out each other, but at the same time, the Charizard on the opposing side of the team, on Rennie's side, may not be able to do much. Garchomp here on Milan's side may be able to do whatever it wants, actually. So, Heat Wave coming from Rennie's Charizard takes a bit of damage. There is no burn. Stomping Tantrum goes into the Farigiraf, however, nothing happens there. And Milan's own Charizard will be using Heat Wave to do also a significant amount of damage. Well, not exactly significant, just enough. Enough damage to show, yeah, we're gonna do some damage. But again, this is a battle of flying lizards. Unfortunately, Ophelia, the Garchomp here, was unable to connect any of its moves into that Farigiraf. But, well, Weather Ball will be coming from Rennie's Charizard. You can see it's clearly faster. And it just manages to crack that KO onto the Mega Charizard of Milan. Stomping Tantrum finally comes out from Milan's own Garchomp, but that just didn't do as much damage as we'd hoped for. Now, with that Farigiraf having twisted dimensions, speed ties are now kind of in the air. And we do know that the Garchomp is slower than this Charizard, but that goes to show the speed values are actually quite interesting because in normal circumstances, Charizard's usually a little bit faster. Well, no, Garchomp will always be faster actually. So he does protect here in the Trick Room, but yes, Psychic will be going into that Charizard, just not doing as much damage as we'd hoped again. So, Weather Ball smack. Oh my god! that did a very, very significant amount of damage into that Farigiraf. However, we have to remember that unfortunately for Milan's Garchomp, he's gonna have to gamble on the Scale Shot here rather than the Stomping Tantrum if he wants to stop this Charizard. But again, this is Trick Room rules we're playing at. So, might be a little bit too difficult. Interestingly, Milan sends out his King Gambit, reading the Farigiraf, going for his Psychic on that slot, and his own Farigiraf managing to take out the Charizard on Rennie's side of the field while getting rid of that Sun. So whoever was on whoever Rennie has out last, okay, it is the Torkoal, the dreaded Torkoal. Trick Room is in fact still up. So how many turns of Trick Room do you have? 2 more turns. Unfortunately, this Torkoal may be able to seal the deal. Torkoal in the Sun is just so darn oppressive, it's crazy. We will be seeing that Milan's gonna pull out his King Gambit here and switch out. And unfortunately, both Pokemon go down to that Torkoal. That Farigiraf is just making it so difficult for Milan to do anything because, well, Armor Tail is there to prevent any form of Sucker Punch. So there really isn't much this King Gambit can do. And even if it manages to knock out the Farigiraf, it has an uphill battle against this very, very strong Torkoal. Torkoal, on the other hand, if I'm looking at the sheets correctly, this Torkoal, there are no choice specs in this game yet, but it is carrying Charcoal. It can very much just go for a Heat Wave or Weather Ball. In fact, Weather Ball might be its best bet, considering that this King Gambit might want to punch through that Torkoal using Kowtow Cleave. So Eruption might have significantly lower damage, but if it goes for the Weather Ball, it still KOs the King Gambit here. Zenith might be pinned. Farigiraf, unfortunately, just so frustrating to deal with for King Gambit. King Gambit's name with all of the Sucker Punch he wants to do. But will this be enough? No, it's... Even with a critical hit, unfortunately, Torkoal is just that bulky. Rennie recognizes the move, goes for the Weather Ball, and KOs the King Gambit, winning him Game 3. So unfortunately and fortunately, that is the game. So the first round of Top Cut has concluded, with Rennie moving on to Top 4. It seems that 2 out of the 2 of the 4 games of Top Cut have concluded. So let's see how much longer this would take. So I don't want to stream the other games for now. Probably just gonna wait until the matches conclude. Um, I believe everyone is on. The last two games are on game 3 already. Uh, Abin and Poon's game should be finishing up, as well as JNS and L's game. So, as much as I'd love to spectate them now, I kind of want to check it out a little later. So, yeah, what's up? Who's in the chat? I'm not even looking at the stream. No clue who's in the stream, but hey. Again, I just noticed that Kun and Abin's last set or last report was at 11:10, so their game 3 has just technically begun ish. But at the same time, L and JNS have just reported their game at 11:08, so that was 7 minutes ago. I would love to watch their games, but I really want to know what they have in store when we stream top 4 later. Right now, it's actually raining pretty darn hard here in Cebu, so I've reduced the mic gain for a bit just to make sure that the sound of the rain doesn't pull through. So the matches so far have been really good. I don't know. I don't know for everyone else, but the matches have been incredible. I feel pretty privileged to be able to, just spectate some of these games, let alone host this tournament. And I think I should probably start thinking about what to give away as prizes for the next one. And I hope more people will show up for the next few midweek smokes. It's really fun to do just on Wednesdays, honestly. So I hope more people show up. Oh yeah, I actually wanted to do the statistics for everything, but it appears that Basculegion is the most common Pokemon this time around, and unlike the very first midweek smoke, Aerodactyl has been bumped down in usage. Charizard is still probably the most common Mega here, but yeah, Basculegion is the most used with, well, technically this midweek smoke had around 30 or 32 entrants, but only 22 people showed up, so yeah, hopefully we'll have a full house next time around. Right. Yeah, so I've upped the gain on the mic a little since the rain's kind of slowed down. Again, yeah, this midweek smoke, I'm just going through some of the statistics here. We only had about 22 people join. Well, technically 31, I believe, but only 24, 22 people showed up. Okay. L has won their game. Daniel Dumas has won the game. Now the remaining game is just Kun and Abin. Yeah, so how's everybody doing lately? Yeah, just kind of waiting. Let's see. Getting questions, yes, from Milan messaged me earlier. When's the next one? After he lost his match. Yeah, it's probably gonna be on the 20th. Yes. Yeah, it'll. Just replying to him. Oh. But yeah, oh yeah, of course. Big shoutouts to Play and Connect, the org responsible for making this happen in the first place. There it is in the little stream box that I made. Play and Connect Cebu, and big ups to PGP, Pilipinas Got Pokemon. So without them, none of this would be possible. Yeah. Okay, so I believe all games have concluded. I'm gonna end the round, and we are going into top 4. So, top 4 matches. Oh, Abin Cerato and Renny Payum, our Swiss King, Kun, has been defeated by Abin. That is wild. Okay, that's interesting. So now I kind of want to spectate Daniel Dumas and Dejan Favilla, our resident Rizlord. Oh, this is gonna be quite interesting. Again, shoutouts to our Geosense Garbodors here. Abin and Dejan. Good job, guys. Okay, just adjusting the mic real quick. I'll probably be recording this game. Not just streaming it, but recording it as well. They're not even gonna know. Letting them know now they're gonna be streamed. Alright. The combatants are set. Tech here has just said that she's sleepy, but she wants to watch all of the games, so she's gonna have to keep up. So these games are probably gonna be recorded, so yeah. All right, so we did see these players earlier in Swiss. Dejan rocking the Mega Floette in the rain, while Danielle L here using that Mega Feraligatr and Mega Scizor. That's both of these are actually rain teams. This will be a rain war. I don't think either of these players are gonna be wanting for rain. This is going to be one wet match. So let's see. Let's see how they navigate this. Both these players so far have been very good. Fingers crossed we're gonna see a hell of a match. And I really can't wait to see how this one turns out. And just like that, game 1 is about to commence. So we have Esper and L. Esper Dejan and L Danielle. So L will be sending out his Archaludon and his Sneasler first, while Dejan will also be sending out with the same level of oppression with a Basculegion and Archaludon combo. Both players have opted to have Archaludon on their teams, or on their leads rather, and is going to be a hell of a match. Well, we see that on L side, the Archaludon, actually, they have very similar sets, except L's has Aura Sphere over Flash Cannon, while Dejan's has Flash Cannon over Aura Sphere. And we will be seeing that Dejan will be switching out his Archaludon first and sending out Pelipper at the same time. The rain started, but Sneasler here on L side just protecting itself. And, well, Basculegion going for a flip turn on the Sneasler, unfortunately protecting itself. Not able to do much. Aura Sphere will be coming from that Archaludon and does practically nothing to that Pelipper. A good read by Dejan, but you've essentially given the Archaludon here, enabled its Electro Shots in the rain. Both your Pokemon, both of Dejan's Pokemon appear to be, well, they appear to be wet. They're water types. So they're very vulnerable right now to any Electro Shot that the Archaludon might be opting to send out. But yeah, it remains to be seen how it's going to be played out. But Sneasler, on the other hand, yeah, okay, I was about to comment something on the Sneasler, but he sends it out. Instead, swaps it in for the Sinistra. Flip turn will be coming into the Sinistra rather than the Sneasler. And Dejan will be pulling his Basculegion out. And in its place, he's probably going to send out, I'm not sure if it's the Archaludon, but yes, it will be the Archaludon. But this is going to be a very precarious situation, considering that the opposing Archaludon can now just go for the Electro Shot straight into the Pelipper. But this Pelipper, again, yeah, it did its job. It got the Tailwind up. It does have a Citrus Berry. I don't think that's going to help very much against this Archaludon. Yeah, it just goes down there to the Electro Shot. Unfortunately. John's gonna have to think of out here because, well, with Archaludon, the opposing team's gotten a head start already. Instead, Dejan will be sending out his Sinistra, revealing that he has no Megas. He did not bring his Mega Floette this time around. Rather than opting for a Mega Pokemon, Dejan appears to have completely just forgone it and went, okay, I'm just gonna fight in the rain and I'm gonna do whatever I can. I mean, to be fair, Archaludon on its own can be considered a Mega in and of itself. Anyway, Dejan using Rage Powder here on his own Sinistra, but we see that his Archaludon appears to be faster than L's Archaludon. And yeah, both, well, here we go, the Electro Shot going into the opposing Sinistra though, but again, it's resisted, not doing too much. L Sinistra manages to heal itself a little with a little bit of that Citrus Berry heal. On the other hand, the opposing Archaludon on L side just manages to also use another Electro Shot. This will be the second boost it's gonna gain, and Rage Powder into the Sinistra resisted, however small though. But it will be doubled into by L. Reading that completely, just going for the Sinistra. Ooh, unfortunate special defense drop there. But yeah, the Archaludons, well, they're gonna be able to do massive amounts of damage towards each other given the chance, but I don't think it'll be enough to KO the other. We do know that Dejan's Archaludon is going to be a little bit faster, but that probably tells us that L's Archaludon is a little bit bulkier. So, just how much bulkier? That's the question. And we do know that the Archaludon on L side is at +2. At +1, that just doesn't do enough damage, unfortunately. Despite... Oh, wait. Life Dew coming from... The heals, though. Sinistra on Dejan's side using Life Dew to take it out. Or just to heal up. Dragon Pulse on the opposed... on L's Dragon... Sorry, I'm saying Archaludon a lot. So, L's Archaludon goes for Dragon Pulse straight into Dejan's Sinistra, takes it out, and then allows L's own Sinistra to use Trick Room on this turn. Unfortunately for this Basculegion who has a Choice Scarf, it's gonna be a lot slower, and remember that Tailwind is in fact up on Dejan's side of the field. So, Dejan is in an uphill battle here. With Trick Room up, not only is he slow, but he's significantly slower just because of the Tailwind. Electro Shot will be coming from that Archaludon on L's side though. But the question is it gonna attack into the Archaludon or into the Basculegion? And it goes straight for the Basculegion, KOing it almost instantly. But yeah, Rage Powder is gonna come from Dejan's own. No, Rage Powder is gonna attract that Dragon Pulse. Unfortunately, with just +1, it just doesn't do enough damage. The Sinistra on L side manages to cling on with just a small amount of HP. And this Archaludon is unfortunately gonna have to do a 1v4 in the Trick Room. And like I said earlier, Dejan's Archaludon is just that little bit faster, so it might not be able to do much here. We know that L's Archaludon has Aura Sphere, and yeah, it does go for the Aura Sphere at +2 or +3 and just knocks it out. And that secures game 1 for L. Okay. Right, both players are ready. They want to just get into game 2. So, yeah, like we saw earlier, both of these players are just keen on using their Archaludons to take advantage of everything. L did not reveal their last Pokemon in the last game. This may have Dejan change his mind on not bringing the Mega Floette just to take care of that Archaludon, but the threat of the Sneasler, the opposing Sneasler, is just too much. So I can definitely see that they don't exactly want to pull out everything from the get-go. Again, both players are incredible players, so let's see. L leading once again with Archaludon and Sneasler. And Dejan here, Asper just going straight for the Floette and the Basculegion. Now the thing is, I believe this Sneasler has Fake Out. Not exactly what your Floette wants to see from the get-go. But we do also know that the opposing Archaludon has no Flash Cannon, relying almost completely on the Sneasler to take care of any Floettes. which now leaves us in a pretty good position to say that the Basque Legion is probably going to be able to do a lot of damage here. The fake out pressure is outstanding, but Jejan will be mega evolving his Floette here. And what a magnificent mega evolution it is, but will we be seeing a fake out from that Sneasler? We will not. Instead, the Basque Legion is going straight for the wave crash into the Sneasler, however not able to take it out. Dazzling Gleam from the Floette, however, goes straight into the Sneasler and the Scizor. This Sneasler is not very fast. Huh. How unfortunate. But yeah, Basque Legion and Floette just taking care of that Sneasler on turn 1. Hospitality does come out from the incoming Sinistra, and Floette here kind of in trouble with Mega Scizor here, pressuring it completely. But well, we do know that 2 of the John's Pokemon could possibly be in the back to resist this incoming Bullet Punch, but he could be in trouble here if that Sinistra just goes for instant Rage Powder. And yeah, we will be seeing that the Mega Scizor will be Mega Evolving into Mega Scizor here. And yeah, it's probably going to go straight for a... Oh, okay. So Moonblast, there is no Bullet Punch here, so are we going to be seeing a Swords Dance? Yeah, we will be seeing Swords Dance come out from that Mega Scizor, allowing it to punch even harder. It's going to guarantee the KO on this Mega Floette practically, just so long as it gets the Bullet Punch in. But the opposing Sinistra on the John side of the field can very much easily just go for a Rage Powder, but as to how many Rage Powders it's going to be able to use, it's going to be quite limited considering this Scizor is just using Swords Dance. I mean, it could also go for Swords Dance once more. There's really not much it can do. Considering that the Scizor is now at +2, it can go for a +4, or it can just go straight for the Bullet Punch. On the other hand, Floette here is kind of in a pickle. It's gonna need to do some damage. L here, seeing that, okay, my Sinistra doesn't really have much to do here. It's already set up the Trick Room. Switches it out and sends in Archaludon instead. The John, seeing the threat of the Bullet Punch, allows his Sinistra to just take it. Sadly though, that Sinistra just may not have enough in it. It just gets extremely hurt by that Bullet Punch. Now, the Mega Scizor in a very good position to just go for another Swords Dance, or again, just attack. Now, we also know that the Archaludon on L side of the field, again, it does not have Flash Cannon. It does not have any means to take out this Floette. L is going to have to take out this Floette using that Scizor, considering that Sneasler has already gone down, and Trick Room is up. Floette isn't exactly the fastest Pokemon. We know that the John's Floette is relatively fast for most Floettes though. Now, Archaludon will be using Protect here. L seeing that, okay, I think I want to stall this out a little. Sinistra going for a Rage Powder once more. Probably gonna eat up another Bullet Punch and get KO'd for its trouble here. But the real question is, what is this Mega Floette trying to do? It will be using Moonblast straight into the Scizor, but how much damage is this gonna do? It barely takes out 40%, but any damage is good damage, especially against something that's so threatening as a Mega Scizor onto your own Mega Floette. But again, we have to think about the turns here. The John will be sending out his Sneasler. He will have Fake Out pressure this time around. But the real question here is, even with the Fake Out pressure, is it going to be enough? Is he going to be able to do anything after this? L seeing, yeah, okay, my Scizor needs a little help. Sends in Sinistra to heal it up even just a little more. Sneasler will be faking out into the Scizor. And we'll probably be seeing a follow-up here from Floette with a Moonblast. Yeah, we will be seeing it. It goes into the Sinistra. Dejan just slowly taking out everything around the Scizor to make sure that he can deal with the Scizor a little later on. He probably does have a plan for the Scizor, and it most likely doesn't involve Floette here. So this will be the final turn of Trick Room. Dejan will be free to just use Protect on both of his Pokemon. However, this also gives the opposing Scizor the ability to just, okay, he's probably gonna protect both of his Pokemon. I'm gonna go for a Swords Dance here, and it's gonna be sweet. So yeah, Dejan will be going for a Protect on both of his Pokemon. And yeah, L does not capitalize on it. Instead, he goes for a Bullet Punch and a Dragon Pulse, doubling into the Sneasler slot. So the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. This Archaludon is now slower, the Sneasler is now faster, but nothing has changed for this Scizor. Scizor will still be able to do massive amounts of damage with Bullet Punch because of priority. But again, we've only seen that this Scizor may or may not be able to KO the Basculegion that's still in the back. And Archaludon will be protecting here, but who is the Scizor attempting to hit? And it goes straight for the Sneasler. Sneasler survives with that Focus Sash. Crazy, crazy work. Goes for close combat onto the Archaludon, unfortunately. And Dazzling Gleam from the float, a very safe option, however, not safe enough, I think. So, yeah, this Sneasler might be on its last legs, but it's still going to be able to get one attack off here. Now, I'm pretty positive that this can still go in either of these trainers' directions. So, yeah, fingers crossed, whoever you're rooting for, they're both very good. This is a fantastic game so far. Archaludon will be going for a double protect, however, and Bullet Punch suddenly goes into the Floette, KOing it, guaranteed practically. But now, who's the Sneasler gonna go for? Goes for the close combat into the Mega Scizor. Will it be able to KO it? No, it does not. This Archaludon is just gonna run away with the game at this point. But I'm fairly positive that Dejan has it out here with that Basculegion. It is Scarfed, but not only is it Scarfed, it still also has priority. If it goes for the Aqua Jet into the Scizor, it may be enough to KO it, while the Sneasler goes for the close combat into the Archaludon. But again, this actually begs the question, are they going to protect? Are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? If the Sneasler goes down here, Basculegion is going to be stuck with nothing but Aqua Jet against that Archaludon. Basculegion has to KO this Scizor, but at the same time, Sneasler has to get Archaludon low enough to actually KO it. So we will be seeing a protect from both of the key pieces. And no, everyone is using protect except just to scout out what this Basculegion wants to do. And it wants to use Last Respect. This Scizor is now free to just use Bullet Punch into the Sneasler, while Basculegion will have nothing much to do. But the question is, will +2 Bullet Punch be able to KO Basculegion, provided Basculegion KOs Archaludon on this turn? Bullet Punch is always going to go first. So there we go, we see that Bullet Punch will take out Sneasler. But Last Respects, will it be able to take out the Scizor? Yes, it does. Only a 10 HP, but what is this? Yeah, the Archaludon just goes straight for the Dragon Pulse here. And takes out about half of its HP. Or half of its remaining HP, but the question is, with stamina up, and, well, let's see. The Archaludon does not have the boost. And we can see that Last Respects will now be at the base power of 200. It's just trying to buy this time, heal up as much of its HP as it can with all of these stalled out protects. getting that leftovers heal. But again, we don't know. At +1 defense, will it be able to KO? No, it's gonna be at +1 after the last respects boost. But the real question is, will Dragon Pulse be able to KO it? Or will Last Respects be able to chip it enough? And yeah, Last Respects at base 200, it's just gonna take out that Archaludon no problem apparently. And we will be seeing a game 3. Again, fantastic game, incredible game from both players. Game 3 is about to begin. Alright, so both players are making the adjustments as needed. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. Both players are kind of just kicking ass actually. Kinda like this. I hope this keeps up. Okay. So game 3 will now be beginning. So we will be seeing L lead with Sinistra and Scizor here, leading, both of them leading with their Megas. Floette and Basculegion here. Very oppressive lead on both sides, but that Scizor edging out the Floette here. Very dicey for Dejan. Sorry, Milan just messaged me. But yeah, very dicey here for Dejan, considering that the Basculegion doesn't have any of those last respects boosts, and the Sinistra on L side can just use Rage Powder here to attract anything that's going on to protect that Scizor. But yeah, the real question is, we know that Mega Scizor can KO Floette after +2, but I'm not sure about the calcs here. Will a single Bullet Punch just naturally KO it? And we're about to find out. And it does not. Unfortunately, it does not. Last respects from Basculegion, extremely risky here on Dejan's side. Going for a unboosted, but just enough to KO the Sinistra. I'm not sure if that was by divine intervention or by actual calculation, but the Floette manages to survive completely. But yeah, Archaludon will be coming out on L side of the field. Floette a little worse for wear, but I'm pretty sure Floette can manage another hit without going down, or well, it can manage to do a hit before it manages to go down, unless this Scizor definitely has other plans. And well, Basculegion here, an interesting thing is, this Archaludon can just Electro Shot into the Basculegion while Scizor switches out into the Pelipper. So, again, yeah, we do see that Bullet Punch goes into the Basculegion, and we know that Basculegion is stuck on last respects. And yeah, it does not go for... Oh, okay, Moonblast goes into the Archaludon, almost takes it out. Gets a stamina boost for all of its troubles. The Dragon Pulse comes out from the Archaludon as well. Kind of a missed target opportunity here. But yeah, the last respects boost is going to be enough actually. Even if it's just a +1, I think it may be enough to take out the Archaludon. This Scizor on the other hand, we can probably surmise that L did not bring the Pelipper to this match, considering that it would have been very easy to just switch in the Pelipper while taking out the Basculegion here. Sinistra will be coming in for Floette. No, for Floette to have some of that matcha. Floette will be using Protect, allowing it to just survive another turn. Bullet Punch goes into the Floette. Unfortunately, not doing as much damage as we'd like with that Protect. But a critical hit actually manages to inch out just the one-hit KO on this Sinistra on the next hit. So Sinistra here in a very good position to just use Rage Powder. However, Floette on the other hand, this could be extremely difficult on Floette, but we know that Dejan might be saving that Basculegion for the end game, considering that it does survive anything the Scizor can do to it, resisting anything. So the Archaludon here might be the key. Again, we're not sure if the Pelipper is in the back of L's team. It could very much be the Sneasler once more. We did not see the Feraligatr in this set, but okay. Sinistra will be using Rage Powder to attract any bullet punches and everything else that L side of the field can toss out. But double critical hits. Unfortunately, it's just too much. But Moonblast will be coming from the Floette into the Scizor, bringing it down to just a very nice HP. Dragon Pulse unfortunately bounces off the Floette, being immune to Dragon type moves because it is a Fairy type. It is healing nice and slowly, but this allows Dejan to bring in either his fourth Pokemon or the Basculegion to take care of this Mega Scizor. And yeah, it is going to be the Sneasler. So Sneasler in a very good opportunity here to just punch through the Archaludon. At the same time, we know that at +2, the Scizor can take out the Sneasler. But both Archaludon and Scizor are in very, very precarious positions with their HP stats. Both Pokemon on L side opting to protect, trying to scout out what the Sneasler is going to do, not wanting to get any of that fake out pressure in. So Dazzling Gleam from the Floette, wanting to just do as much damage as it can, clean, safe damage. I don't blame him. Oh yeah, Scizor at a very good number. If only 5-4 was as good as 6-7, but yeah. Sneasler here, it's probably itching to close combat something, honestly. It's probably gonna click close combat, but into who, we don't know. The Floette, it can very much just click Protect here. It's probably gonna click Protect. It's the safest move Dejan can do. He probably want to use Protect. He does use Protect here, saving himself from anything that Scizor is gonna do. And Bullet Punch will be punching straight into that Protect, doing no damage at all. Sneasler punching that Scizor straight in the face using close combat. It doesn't care too much. It does still have its focus out. The real question is, what is this Archaludon planning to do? And it goes for the Dragon Pulse. It will be putting Sneasler down to the red, but Sneasler is gonna be able to punch through with another close combat, actually. So I'm pretty sure he doesn't mind too much the Pelipper being there. His Choice Scarf Basculegion is still in the back. So this Pelipper might want to use Tailwind while it still can. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that Sneasler is looking... I think the Sneasler here is thinking about a very, very funny move. And it involves... Oh, okay. So the Archaludon goes for the Protect. And most likely, this Pelipper will go for... It's probably gonna go for... Oh, okay. Poison. It's gonna go for the Tailwind. Dazzling Gleam may be the safest option here. And yes, Dejan does go for the Dazzling Gleam. But will this be enough to take out the Pelipper? Yes, it is. The Pelipper goes down, unable to use Tailwind. Now this lone Archaludon is gonna have to fight an onslaught of opponents. He's gonna have to probably take a close combat from this Sneasler, along with a Moonblast from this Floette on this turn. He's gonna have to take both of those before it can do any damage. And even if it manages to take out one of them, The Basque Legion in the back is going to make short work of it using Last Respects, even Wave Crash in the rain. So Sneezer will be going for close combat here. And it is just enough, even at +1, that Archaludon was just not able to do much. And with that being said, Game 3 will be going to Dejan. Esper, Grizzlord D. Dejan Favilia will be going to Grand Finals. That was awesome. Hello, Rennie. Rennie and Dejan. Okay. It's gonna be spicy. Okay, so we just got confirmation from Limitless that the final match will be between Rennie and Dejan. Both of them managed to win that. Oh wow, this is... I like this. So, we're about to reach the grand finals of the second midweek smoke. It is currently 11:56 p.m. It's going to be very, very fun, actually, thinking about it, because this is going to be a midnight match. Not only is this a midweek smoke, it is also going to end on a midnight match. I kind of like that too. So midnight, midweek, mid. At least Pokemon's not mid, ladies and gents. Okay. The most interesting thing about midweek smoke actually is that since it happens so late, it actually trains a lot of the players who join in more resilience for endurance. So I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to play out. Rennie is a very formidable player, one of the best actually. And Dejan, one of the newer players, he's actually very good, but again, will we be seeing the new school win, or will we be seeing Rennie of the old guard still show that he still got what it takes? And from his performance today, or tonight, he's definitely still got what it takes. So here we go. We are starting the first game of the grand finals. Rennie on the left side, trainer. Rennie with the Mega Kangaskhan team. Slight trick room, a bit soft trick room here, but that Torkoal we've seen in all of Rennie's games that we've managed to spectate earlier, that Torkoal just manages to destroy whatever it wants as long as the trick room is up. On the other hand, Dejan has been very good at managing his positioning with that Pelipper team, that Rain team, and his Mega Floette. Interestingly, this can go either way. Rennie's team doesn't really appreciate being in the rain, but, well, Dejan's team seems to be pretty okay, except for that Basque Legion. The Basque Legion definitely doesn't want to be in the sun here, but he might have no choice. So I am really curious to see how both of these players are going to adjust to each other and to find ways around themselves or around these teams. Both of these are incredible Pokemon and players, so yeah, without further ado, round 1, or the game 1 is about to start. So we will be seeing that Dejan will be leading with Basque Legion and Archaludon here, while Rennie will be leading with his very demure Sneasler and his own Charizard. Charizard here, Charizard Y, will be able to just send... He's just going to be able to send it, actually, provided he Megas, and then he... The Archaludon's probably not going to appreciate a single Heat Wave or a single targeted Weather Ball, but neither is this Basque Legion going to appreciate a Solar Beam. And without missing a beat, Rennie's Charizard evolves, Mega Evolves into Mega Charizard Y. And what a magnificent evolution it is. And yeah, we do see that the Basque Legion... Okay. That was a very interesting play on Dejan's part. He just did a side... He just attacked his own partner Archaludon in order to bring in his Pelipper. We're getting rid of the sun at the same time, allowing a clean switch in for that Pelipper. And he manages to boost the Archaludon slightly with a single boost of stamina by smacking into it with the Basque Legion. But Rennie thought of that already. He's like, alright, if that's what you're gonna do, I'm just gonna switch the sun back on. And that was just the biggest brain place on turn 1. An incredible turn 1, actually. Both players just playing extremely well. Rennie, on the other hand, making sure that the sun never falls. The thing is, both of his sun setters are currently on the field, but the same can be said for Dejan. His only rain setter is on the field. But yeah, damn, Rennie just... Okay, you think you can just come in here and rain on my sunny day? And denied it completely. Rennie, still wanting to keep the weather up, pulls out his Torkoal, realizing that, yeah, Heat Wave is just gonna destroy anything here. And yeah, takes out both Archaludon and Pelipper. That Charizard is just waving it in, just beating things up. Unfortunately, this Basque Legion in the back is gonna have to fight in the sun. And we're gonna see who Dejan's final Pokemon will be. And this is a Sinistcha. Unfortunately, this Sinistcha is going to be very vulnerable to that Charizard as well. This is an uphill battle. Both of these Pokemon on Dejan's side do not want to be fighting in the sun. Normally, the Sinistcha would have no problems with it, but with everything on its team kind of not there anymore, there's really not much it can do. While Last Respects will be taking out Charizard with that Focus Sash, we have to remember that the Focus Sash on the Basque Legion now forces it to use only Last Respects. Farigiraf is a normal type, and this normal type has just used Trick Room. And just like any Trick Room, we can probably guess that yes, the Torkoal will be coming out and it will be erupting all over the place. So this is gonna be extremely difficult actually for Dejan, considering that the Trick Room has come up The Basque Legion has no answers for that Farigiraf. All Rennie has to do is take out the Sinistcha, and it essentially locks out Dijon from winning the game. That Basque Legion locking in to last respects means it can no longer do anything else. That Farigiraf has basically spelled the doom on this Rain team. We see once again that the sun seems to be prevailing. There is no stopping this parade. Both players making the best decisions they possibly can, but yeah, Torkoal will be using Eruption here to take out that Sinistcha guaranteed, and does a very significant amount of damage from Basque Legion rather. And well, we're gonna see what this Farigiraf is gonna do, and it uses Foul Play, and I believe this will be enough to take out the Basque Legion. Rennie only sacrificing his Mega Charizard Y in Game 1. And yeah, what a magnificent play. Game from turn 1. That was incredible actually. Both players just outplayed each other. It was a I'm gonna outplay your outplaying of your outplaying me. And that was an incredible match, honestly, and I can't wait to see the rest of it. Will Rennie be winning the entire thing now with his... Well, if Rennie wins, this is it. Rennie just needs to win this match, and he wins the entire thing. Dijon, on the other hand, he has to make some form of adjustment here. That Charizard and Torkoal combo was just so oppressive. There's barely anything he could do, even with this... Even his Basque Legion couldn't... It got fried in the sun. So, it's quite unfortunate, but that's really how it happens. These things do tend to happen. And what a genius move on Rennie's side, actually, to bring both Torkoal and Charizard. He's making sure the sun never drops. And I don't want to carry on with too much commentary on that, but Game 2 will now be starting. We do see that we do see that Dijon will be leading with Sneasler and Basque Legion. Compared to earlier, he was leading with that Archaludon. Now we do see Rennie has the exact same leads as earlier. The Charizard Y, Mega Charizard Y. This Charizard will become a Mega Charizard Y. And the Sneasler. There's fake out pressure on both sides actually, but yeah, okay, the Charizard will be using Protect to make sure that Fake Out will not be going into it. Yeah, the John targeting the Charizard Rennie, genius play there, just making sure that the Charizard just stays protected. Flip turn comes out from the John smacking into the Sneasler, but will he be sending the Pelipper out here? No, instead he sends out Floette. The question is, what did the... Okay. Rennie probably expecting a switch here. Or, well, he just wanted to do as much damage as he possibly can. Possibly. And it just does so much to that Sneasler. Even resistance. It really goes to show how intense Sneasler can be. But now, there's quite a conundrum. Is the Sneasler on Rennie's side fast enough, or will he be winning this speed tie? Dijon is gonna have to deal with that Sneasler before his Floette can actually do anything. And even then, Charizard will be resisting anything that Floette can do. Despite Floette having massive amounts of damage, Mega Charizard Y will be able to dish out the exact same amount of oppressive damage. In fact, Heat Wave here will go really hard if he manages it, because there's probably nothing that can take out this Charizard provided this Sneasler keeps it protected from that Floette. Now it does Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard Y, however, we will also be seeing this Floette Mega Evolve into Mega Floette. No, both Megas have emerged on both sides of the team. Fairy Aura bursting out of the seams. Dire Claw from that Sneasler taking out Floette in one hit. Whether that Sneasler was actually faster to win the speed tie remains to be seen, but it doesn't matter very much anymore because it won the speed tie. That Dire Claw managed to take out that Floette, but on the other hand, despite not being able to take out the Charizard on Rennie's side of the field, the John's Sneasler manages to bring something back by at least putting that Charizard to sleep. Now the real question here is, what is this Basculegion gonna do? It can actually KO the Charizard with a Wave Crash in the sun, but that's extremely risky. This Sneasler is still very much there. So yeah, we do see that Dejan will be pulling out his Sneasler and sending out his Pelipper, allowing the sun to be gone. And I believe Rennie had the exact same idea. He pulls out the Charizard, but instead he sends in Sneasler. Close combat will go into this Pelipper, but it's resisted. Not much it can do here, but, well, Flip Turn will be coming from the Basculegion, taking out the Sneasler, which will essentially allow this Charizard to come back in. The Rain may not have been the best choice here, but yes, the Sneasler with the Fake Out Pressure has returned. No, there is no Fake Out Pressure rather. Farigiraf is on the field. Farigiraf being able to just twist the dimensions over and over again is gonna be a big problem. Excuse me. But yes, this Farigiraf has been shown again and again to just enable this Torkoal 100%. This Pelipper is gonna have to do something here in order to get rid of this Farigiraf. But on the other hand, if Dejan focuses completely on this Farigiraf and still fails to KO it, this Torkoal is still gonna run away with the game here, just because it's gonna be able to erupt for free. But the question is, will Sneasler and Pelipper have enough firepower to take out the Farigiraf? From what I understand, this may really not be enough. The Torkoal is free to just protect here, but yeah, Dejan will be withdrawing his Pelipper and sending out Basculegion in high hopes to just get rid of that weather. But yeah, we do see that the Farigiraf... Oh, okay. A hell of a call from Dejan, going for the close combat into the Pelipper. And it is a Poison Touch. Poison Touch does poison the Torkoal. While it still KOs the Sneasler, I believe the Sneasler's job has been completed. So now we just see that Basculegion is gonna have to lock into its final move. In the sun, however, will it be able to do anything? So all Rennie really has to do here is switch in his Charizard and that weather is gonna be gone. But the real question is, would it be who's gonna target what? So yeah, okay. Rennie does pull out his Torkoal so that the Charizard can come in. Most likely this Farigiraf is gonna do a Trick Room on this turn. And yeah, in the sun, it just really doesn't do enough. And Weather Ball will be coming out from the Pelipper, but again, this is just not enough. This Farigiraf is going to be able to Trick Room right here, and this may be it. That Choice Scarf may have sealed the deal here. But yeah, let's see. This can somewhat still be turned around. The Charizard is still asleep. I'm not sure how many turns of sleep it still has. I believe this should be its last turn. It should be able to wake up, provided my counting is right. But yes, Farigiraf will be protecting itself. Weather Ball will be coming from the Pelipper towards the Farigiraf, bouncing off and doing 0 damage. And yep, Charizard will be waking up and will be coming with a Vengeance, smacking whatever is getting hit with this Solar Beam really hard. And it is going to be the Basculegion getting KO'd, and I think that might be the game. So we have this lone Pelipper having to fight off all of these Pokemon in the sun. So again, Trick Room prevails in this meta. Whoever said Trick Room before Champions, Trick Room was completely nerfed. It's still pretty crazy actually. Pelipper gets brought down to red, he just uses Tailwind. There's really not much he can do here, even with the Trick Room. just a lot. Dijon here being a great sport, allowing Rennie to take the KO. And man, what an incredible game that was. So, yeah, the Pelipper will be going down. Rennie will be winning the very second midweek smoke. So that was fantastic. That was incredible. That was amazing. And congratulations to Rennie. Congratulations to Dijon on second place. And everyone did fantastic. I really should find more synonyms for fantastic, but that's what I'm sticking with today. Again, congrats to everyone, and yeah, that was great. Okay, so I'm probably gonna end the stream here. Big thank you to everyone who watched. I'm probably gonna have another midweek smoke for on the 20th. Milan was asking me about it, but we will probably have it on the 20th. We will make many improvements to this. But yeah, fingers crossed. Nice and slow. I'm glad everyone joined, and congrats to all the winners. And yes, see you all in the next stream.